Please take your seats. Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 14.7, review of the order paper. There are 35 items left on the agenda, including 16 member motions. The mayor has time to second key matter item IE 10.1, headed Administrative Penalty System for Red Light Camera and Automated Speed Enforcement Violations, as the first item of business this morning. I will now take to release the polls. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. No releases? Does anybody want to release anything? Come on, we want to finish the agenda today, guys. All right, I guess there isn't. Are there any further changes to today's order paper? No. All those in favor of, pardon? I can't hear you. Okay. Okay, so we have one member's motion to introduce. Councillor Robinson, I understand you have a member's motion that you want to introduce.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Speaker. It's 717-733 Mount Pleasant. Asking the city staff to attend the OLT.
Okay, all in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. I think that's it. So all those in favor of adopting the order paper as amended, all in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Before we go to the mayor's second key matter, Councillor Cheng has a brief announcement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to wish all members of council a happy Lunar New Year. It is a very important occasion for 20% of the world's population. This Friday night, people will be gathering with friends and family, and to celebrate, it's about food, family, and friendship, and it's a 2-week celebration. So I've left a small token on each person's desk, and that is to hang in your constituency offices to welcome your Chinese constituents. And just to end, I will teach everyone how to say Happy New Year in Mandarin. So repeat after me. 新年快乐. Amazing. You'll do great to wish those well wishes to all your constituents this weekend. So happy Lunar New Year. Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Mayor Chow.
I just want to thank Councillor Chang for this present. You hang it this way, just in case. And this actually means good health, having good health. And it is the year of the dragon, so if you're wondering what, yes, it has horns and all that. It is the year of dragon, and thank you for Councillor Chang, all the goodies. Oh, actually, not everything. I'll come personally to see what it said, because different people have different saying. This one say, wishing you good health. So when you're hanging it in your constituency office, I will come and look to make sure yours actually say what I just said. Okay.
The honorable member forgot the 500 million Chinese who speak Cantonese, and to wish them a Happy New Year.
Okay, I can help with that.
Please, okay?
Her mother tongue is Mandarin. Mine is Cantonese, so I will do it. You said Sin and Huai Le. Okay. Now, the Cantonese like to wish you having a lot of money, okay? So she just said Happy New Year. This line is wishing you rolling with a lot of money coming into you, okay? For the new year. So I'll say it one time. 恭喜發財, okay? No, okay, let's do this together. 恭喜發財. Got it. For the city also, yes.
Okay, thank you. We will now go to the mayor's second key matter, which is item IE 10.1. Members of council, if you have any questions, please put your name on the list. Okay, Councillor Holliday, questions?
Great, thank you. Staff are in the chamber for this. Great. My question is starts with the report goes through a number of changes, proposals to the administrative penalty system, and then it goes on to talk about the new red light cameras that are contemplated in the city. So I think the idea is we're going to double from 75 to 150, and the financial analysis is placed in here under the assumption that there would be 150 total ASE cameras. I would like to know from staff whether or not the business case to create the administrative penalty system as contemplated here stands without binding council or prejudicing council to have 150 ASE cameras.
Through the speaker to Councillor Holliday. So the report before you is about, as you mentioned, the administrative penalty system, and it is not predicated on a number of cameras. In fact, the doubling of the cameras, as I understand it, is not something we've currently set on. Just to be clear, there's the automated speed enforcement cameras and then the red light cameras, of which we have just shy of 300 in the city.
But the financial analysis contains numbers that have the assumption that there's 150 total ASE cameras. I'd like to hear from staff the assurance that the two aren't tied, because I think that's an important distinction.
Through the speaker, they are not tied initially. So what we've indicated is that as the red light cameras expand, there will be additional resources required to run the administrative penalty system. And so as such, the financials as part of the report outline in the out years how much it will cost for us to maintain the system with additional cameras.
If council doesn't increase from 75 to 150 ASE cameras, Does the system still essentially pay for itself, or is this going to be a draw on the city's budget?
The revenues coming in from red light camera and automated speed enforcement are about 65% of the revenues coming in from the courts. So we are still anticipating about 70 million in revenue coming in on that. So that should not change. As the number of cameras, though, increase in the automated speed enforcement, the draw on the system will increase and will require additional resources. And that's why the costing is sort of sectioned out through the next couple of years.
When will council have an opportunity to make a decision on going from 75 to 150 ASE cameras?
Through the Speaker, we actually would have to come back for an extension to the contract. We are currently right now working on an expansion for the red light camera contract, but that would also have to come through council because it is of sufficient cost value.
Okay, my last question is, setting aside the idea of going from 75 to 150 ASE cameras, could you just give council a couple of key points why the business case to move the administration of ASE and red light camera fines to the administrative penalty system makes sense? Because on its face, it's taking the work that's done by the province and moving it into the responsibility of the city. But could you give us just a couple of bits of rationale as to why you're doing this? Thank you.
Yes, through the Speaker. The municipality currently administers all matters related to red light tickets and automated speed enforcement. And so what will happen is that with this new proposal to move to an administrative penalty system, it will free up the court system and provide a more streamlined and efficient process for those individuals who receive tickets. And so the idea here is sort of based on the success of the parking APS system, whereby disputes were dealt with quicker and in a matter outside of the crowded courts. And I'll defer to my legal counterpart to discuss more specifically around the prosecution pressures around these items. Callie?
Thank you. Through you, the chair, I just wanted to add to that there is a concept of proportionality in dealing with things through the court and dealing with things through another process. They're both judicial processes. They both have things with them that are going to ensure fairness for the public and ensure that disputes are dealt with properly. It has long been held and reviewed by the Law Reform Commission that moving some items from the court system to an administrative penalty was something that should be looked at in the province of Ontario. It has been done in other municipalities as well. And I can add that when we moved parking from a court system to an administrative penalty system, we received many emails from the public about how much more easy it was for them to interact with the system. And the system ended up winning multiple awards for access for the public and improving access for the public.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on the item? No further questions? Okay. Then we'll go to speakers. Mayor Chow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise in support of this item, and quite simply, it helps save lives. First off, I want to commend staff and council for their ongoing support to advance Vision Zero. This report and the measures outlined in it are yet another way we can keep safe, another way we could work to get to zero. We know that when the speed is lower, if it comes into contact with whether our kids, our seniors, our cyclists, pedestrians, there's less chance of severe damage or even death. We're seeing good progress in Vision Zero efforts, but we want to find ways to get the cars, the drivers, to actually obey the law and slow down. And this is one way to adopting this penalty structure. It speeds up the dispute resolution because it free up the courts and move it into a system just like the parking tickets, so that it allowed, if you're caught speeding, you're caught speeding. And it gives us more efficient use of valuable time in the provincial court. It helps the city better manage the additions of cameras. And it's a really good approach as we monitor, as we proceed with more cameras to slow some of the drivers that are speeding illegally.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I think this is an important report, and Council should note that this represents an expansion in our public service, something that we should be very, very careful about making decisions on, particularly in light of the fiscal pressures that we have in the city. However, in this case, there are a number of business case points as to why this is a sensible decision. Not only does it have to do with customer service, but it has to do with the effectiveness of the overall system. There is one really important question that I asked, and I want to make this distinction at Council. I understand from the staff in their answers and in the report that there is no connection between the merits of the business case of increasing the administrative penalty system to that of Council's potential future decision to go from 75 cameras to 150. And I think that is really important. If there was a linkage, I think we have a problem. A problem, A, that we do not want to create a system that we have to feed the machine by making more and more enforcement cameras out there. That's where I think we begin to depart from public's confidence in the system. The system is supposed to be about safety, not about a cash grab. And so I think there's an ability to support this report. The last thing I would say, though, to Council is I think we should think very carefully about moving from 75 to 150 cameras. Why? If you look to Alberta, there's been some changes out there with respect to their automated enforcement systems. I think it speaks to the heart of it, which is public confidence in what the government is doing. And as I said, if we get into a place where the public feels like we're grabbing cash instead of trying to increase safety on the road, we've got a problem. So, in thinking about this over time, and the purpose of my speaking is councillors should think carefully about the geographic distribution of cameras in the city. Could we go with a little bit more than 75? Potentially, particularly where there are larger wards, longer stretches of road, more risk points, more schools to be covered. But if you look at the geography of, say, a really small downtown ward, you have to ask the question, is 6 cameras maybe too much? Because it starts to feel like there's a camera on every other street. And I don't think that that is going to delight the public. I think it's going to make it a situation of, well, government is watching me, there's something around every corner. And that's where the public opinion on these things begins to depart. So that question has not put before us on council. I regret that the report sort of made the assumption that there would be 150 of them. Maybe the answer is something between 75 and 150, but at least I received assurances from staff that the business case of one is not predicated on the decision of the other, because then we're doing things backwards at council, and I think that's a real problem. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I just recall you, Madam Speaker, standing with me at the corner of Weston Road and Lawrence. Do you remember that?
Standing a lot of places over the years. I don't remember Weston and Lawrence. I remember you and I standing in the middle of the highway when they canceled the subway and we stopped traffic. We were protesting, remember, illegally?
Yeah, when they filled in the Eglinton subway. No, this is a positive occasion. It was you there, the late Jack Layton, Mayor Lassman, and we installed the first red light camera at the corner of Lawrence. You remember that. So I have fond memories of being involved to help bring in red light camera technology in the first jurisdiction in North America. And the reason why it was done is because there was all kinds of horrific accidents happening where people were getting T-boned at intersections because persons ran red lights. I remember at the corner of Dufferin, and you weren't there though, Dufferin and St. Clair, a red light runner ran and killed a couple of people standing on the TTC island on that fatal day. You can't have too much safety in our city. As you know, I'm sure your office is the same as mine. One of the number one calls we get is concerning traffic safety on our streets, on our main streets, our residential streets, where people are running stop signs, they're speeding, they're driving recklessly. That's one of the number one concerns the people of Toronto have, given the number of vehicles and trucks that are on our streets. And we know, as the police will tell you, they cannot babysit every intersection in the city of Toronto to see if someone is going through lights or improperly or not. They can't do that because I don't know how many intersections we have that have traffic signals. It's in the hundreds, and I can't remember the number anymore. So the police can't be at all these corners as people disobey, you know, the lights, which they do. And then, you know, the thing when I was working on this, I was talking to the police, and we were going through the process. They were saying every time we go to court and we try to basically find someone or in some ways convict someone for killing someone for running a red light, the case is thrown out because there's no way that the police officer who may have been there is not questioned about, was the sunlight in your eyes, what time of day was it, what color was the car. The police were so frustrated because they said we can't get a conviction of a person running a red light if we go to court. So that's why technology helps improve safety in our city. That's why technology helps our police spend their time on a variety of different matters they have to spend. And this type of technology is now available throughout the world because it is proven to save people from serious accidents, from death, and it's effective. Because we used to have, I remember at the time, people would say, well, I didn't drive the car, I got a ticket. It was my Uncle Louis driving the car. Well, why did you give your car to Uncle Louis, who's a reckless driver? You're responsible, it's your car, you get the ticket, you pay. By the way, I have to admit, I received a red light camera ticket in my own ward at Dufferin and Glencairn. So I don't, and it wasn't Uncle Louis driving, I was driving. So just be careful, don't run the lights, you may get a ticket. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't tell people.
And you do realize those tickets are $335. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Thank you. I rise to enthusiastically and strongly support this report. I've been pushing staff for it since I got elected. It's a very, very important initiative, and here's a few reasons, there are many. But the first is it'll save lives. We know from research everywhere around the world that speed kills. And we know that automated speed enforcement and automated speed cameras slow down particularly the egregious repeat offenders that keep getting caught in this city. And Vision Zero has been effective in keeping deaths down in the city. Every traffic death changes two entire families. We need to do better, we can do better, and this is one of the simplest, most well-proven tools there is. The second thing is, what I hear from my constituents is a level of rage that the city does not enforce its bylaws. That we have rules, law-abiding people try to comply with them, and if they see other people flouting the rules and not having any consequences, it makes them crazy. It undermines their public trust in government, and this is one of the classic examples. And again, it's something that we have an easy tool to fix. We haven't done it, now we're going to do it. The third thing is we need to reduce the waste of police resources. Well, we heard from Councillor Cole some of the frustrations the police have. Some of you know I used to be a prosecutor in the criminal courts, and it is an incredibly wasteful procedure. It is incredibly wasteful of police time, it's incredibly wasteful of the public's time, it's a very, very expensive, super expensive process, and it's completely unsuited for these kinds of things like running a red light or just going too fast. We've got all this pressure about the police budget. The number one thing that the Auditor General told us was to take away from the police things they don't need to do, so that the armed officers can do what we need them to do. Administrative monetary penalties do that, significantly reduce the burden on the police. And fourthly, it'll bring in money. So again, what I'm hearing from many of my constituents is, why are you taxing so heavily law-abiding people? Why aren't we putting more financial burden on those who break the law? And we haven't been able to do it because we haven't had the resources to process more enforcement, to do it or to process it or to collect it. Now we will. So for all of those reasons, this will make our city better, it'll make our city safer, it'll save money for our administration, it'll save money for the police, and hopefully it'll save lives. Please support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Now calling on the Speaker. Nunciata.
Thank you. And I will be supporting the report. And I do believe we need to add additional red light cameras. And as it was mentioned, we get calls from constituents all the time asking for police enforcement at these intersections because people are going through red lights, and it's a huge demand on the police as well. But I do remember, Councillor Cole, us being at that intersection at Western Lawrence with you and I and Jack Layton, and that was the first red light camera, and it's still there, and it has been very effective. Councillor Cole, you mentioned you got a ticket, so you have to watch, right? You have to watch. But what I would like to see as well, and I did mention it to staff, is if we could get a list of, I know we do, but a list of all our red cameras in our ward, and as well on the amount of revenue that is generated from these red light cameras, because I'd be very interested to see, how much enforcement, if it's actually making a huge difference at a particular intersection. I think that would help the councillor as well. So I'm in full support of it, adding, additional red light cameras. In my opinion, in some of these intersections, there should be one at every intersection because they're so dangerous. I had a 6-year-old that was killed, red light camera. This was in the 80s at Eglinton and Western Road, and she was killed because a motorist went through a red light, and it was very sad at the, it was just devastating when that happened. I think it happened in 1988. But, it's very important. Safety is important to me, and we should be supporting the report that we have before us. Thank you.
I'll go, okay, it's me.
Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker, and I just want to echo your remarks and how important this is, and I want to thank the mayor for making this a key item, because when she's made this a key item, it means that it's a very important issue for our city, for our residents, for those who are championing always better roads, Vision Zero, and there are so many constituents that I hear from that want safer streets for themselves, for their children, around the schools. We have a very robust plan for community safety on our roads, but this is really a strong deterrent. And the $335 or $350 ticket, if you get that, now you're thinking a little differently when you're driving. I really think that with the amount of construction that we have, we look at the intersections closed at Queen and Bay. I have all of the streets that are narrow because of all the bridges going in for the Ontario line. And those who are commuting by car get very, very frustrated and do silly things. So I think I'd rather have more of these cameras in more places, particularly in areas where we know that there's going to be frustration levels, because that's when people really drive really poorly. And that's when it becomes very dangerous for pedestrians and for cyclists. And when the mayor says that the slower you go, the safer vulnerable road users will be, it's absolutely true. I can't remember the actual numbers, but going 30 kilometers an hour compared to 40 or 50 makes a big difference if somehow you get hit. And I remember the day that Councillor Matlow, I believe, moved the motion in Toronto and East York that all of the local roads in our Toronto and East York area would have a speed limit reduced to 30. So we did that in one fell swoop. There are interests for many of our constituents, and I think everybody was very happy that we didn't pick road to road, but we did something broad and we did something very thoughtful to say on all the streets you're living on, your speed limit will be 30 kilometers an hour. It will be much safer for everybody. And the same thing goes for red light cameras, that it simply means that those roads will be safer. You do get that pretty quick after you've had the violation, and you can't go to court and you can't say I did this and that. You just have to pay that. So it's a very good deterrent. It teaches people that the speed limit is the speed limit, but I would ask that in the next report or the next tranche that we really look at those areas where we know there is increased frustration because of major construction issues. And we know where they are because our general manager has set up construction hubs for big projects. So we kind of know where those pinch points are. If there's any way to look at some of the cameras in those areas now or to plan those for the future, I think that would be much appreciated in wards that have mega construction like the Ontario line that many of us have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our last speaker is Councillor McKelvey. Oh, your name wasn't there. So.
Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Sure. Yes, Councillor McKelvey is the last speaker, so if anyone else wants to speak, please put their name. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, and I'm sorry to the chair, I forgot that Deputy Mayor McKelvey is the chair of this committee. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to say that we really should pat ourselves on the back. It does take human resources to do this. People have to review the camera. But there was a time, not so very long ago, the only way that you could deal with a problem speeding spot, if you had a tragic accident like you had and you knew people weren't respecting a light at certain times of the day, all you could do was call a police officer. You could call your local division and hope that they could get around to it. And if they got around to it, it was a speeding ticket. in a way, a speeding ticket is a minor offense. Sometimes it has a victim, but in a way, it's an open and shut, it's a minor offense. And yet people used to constantly take them to court. So a police officer would have to go and stand in a courtroom and wait to say, yeah, he was speeding, I got my gun right here, we have all the evidence we need. Sometimes they would flag, you know, maybe I'll make it, maybe I won't, and people would try and game the system. But here's my lived experience. When that envelope comes in the mail, and there's a picture of your car doing a crime, and you say, okay, who was behind the wheel of this car at 12:36 on Boxing Day, 12:36 a.m., who was driving who home? Oops, it was me. And there's the evidence. There's no point in lining up in court. You're not lining up in court. You just got to get on with it. And so what we have here is technology doing work that our police officers really don't have time to do. Is it a slippery slope? Well, if we're on a slippery slope that is fast taking us to safe driving where no one dies, that's a slope I'm happy to get on. If it makes us money in the process, that's just, it's gravy. Sometimes we like gravy. And so saving the human resources and using technology to do this, saving the uniform resources for the much more dangerous crimes and allowing civilians to review this footage and actually send out the offenses, well, surely that is the modernization track we should all be on. And so this report came to me as very welcome news. I wish we could afford more cameras, as I've heard so many councillors say, because more councillors means more safe driving. And in the short term, while people are learning to drive safely, it means a little more revenue. But the goal here is to get to where we have safe driving and no deaths, and that's hence the name. So let's get on that slippery slope and get all the way to the outcome, which is no one dies anymore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to start by thanking city staff for their hard work on this. The report came out early in the new year. We were still, most of us, on holidays, and I'll say that I was kind of surprised. I think I had 6 different interviews on this topic, and I was a little surprised that it was a topic of interest. And I will tell you that my daughter saw it on CP24, and she said, I don't understand, it's so boring. And I said, well, actually, the most important work we do at City Hall is the boring work that is extremely, extremely important. And in this case, I explained to her what it was, and that parking tickets were being processed about 68 days to get through the administrative penalty system. But, the tickets that, her brother got in front of the school, if those were being fought in court, we're taking, 300, 400 days. So anyway, it was an interesting conversation about that and the work that we do here. So I just want to thank city staff for that. And I want to thank the mayor for recognizing that this is in fact important, not boring, and making it one of her key items today. And then I'll give a great shout out to our dear friend, Councillor Cole, who has been a real champion for this program. But I want to make sure he knows that Councillor Nunziata is not the only one that stood on a street corner with him. And February 2nd of last year, we were out there on the street corner to announce the additional 25 cameras. So thank him and the committee for their leadership on that. This is going to be, very, and even Councillor Holyday spoke highly about this, to be more efficient, to get this process, and importantly, to take the pressure off the court system, which has more important things to process. And so thank you to everybody for their work on this. I look forward to the report that comes back about the potential for an additional 75 cameras. I think we've seen in the data from the Hospital for Sick Kids that they work. The data is showing that people slow down when these cameras are out there, and that it is changing behavior, and changing behavior is one of the hardest things to do. So thank you very much to everybody involved, and I'm looking forward to the next steps.
Thank you. Okay, so on the item, on favor, recorded vote. I'm surprised you kept that.
Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please? Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? Speaker, the item is adopted unanimously, 26 in favor.
Thank you. Before we go to our next item, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. CC 14.52 2 to 20 Leysbrook Avenue zoning bylaw amendment application, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing. Councillor Robertson has advanced circulated a motion with a confidential attachment. So Councillor Fletcher, your item from yesterday, you wanted to discuss it today, 416 Broadview. Are you ready for that, or do you still want to hold it down? Pardon? Sorry, 415, yeah. Oh, just a sec. Oh, hold on. Okay.
I've spoken with the city legal, Mr. Matsumoto, and I'm going to defer that in order to try to get to a better settlement, and we have time, so thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher, does the staff have your motion?
Yes,
okay.
they have it.
So Councillor Fletcher on T 9.30, 415 Broadview Avenue is deferring it to the next meeting. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Now we'll go back to the item that we were discussing yesterday. We were at questions at the time, so give the staff a few minutes to put the list up on the screen for any further questions. That was the Toronto Police Services Board response to MM 11.37, as well as and then as well as IE 10.7, which is Highway 401 overpass safety. So is that, oh, Councillor Fletcher, you had a question?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes. I'm not sure if the officer is with us, Speaker.
Apparently they're not.
These are questions for them.
Do we know if they're coming? No, they're not coming.
I'm not sure why not then. How am I going to ask these questions?
Do you have any questions of staff?
Well, I have questions of police that were here.
Well, apparently they're not here, and apparently they're not coming. I was just told. So I don't know what to say.
Point up. Sorry.
Councillor Bravo?
I think this is a bit of a point of privilege and a point of order. I understand from the procedural bylaw that one of the things that we must be able to do on this floor is to be able to question staff responsible for an area. So I'm concerned that if Councillor Fletcher has questions of police on a relevant matter, that we are not respecting the procedural bylaw.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you.
So Speaker, just to provide a bit of clarity of what we've done, we always reach out. We ensure that the right staff from, obviously the division's a little easier. There's a pretty heavy consequence if they don't show up. A little harder on our agencies, boards, and commissions and corporations. We did encourage them yesterday to be here, and they were. This morning they've indicated that the staff required to be here are not available to be back here for this item at this time. We could continue to reach out and have this item come back at a different time and see whether that's possible. But just to let council know, we have been trying to continue to communicate about the need for them to be here. But at the end of the day, we can only request that that occur.
So do we, okay. So why don't we hold this item down? We'll continue with the agenda, and if we can ask staff to ask them if they can come later, okay? Do we want to do it after the members' motion this afternoon? Give them enough time? Okay? All right, we'll hold it down to after the member's motion. Yeah. So let's contact them and see when it's convenient for them to be here, and we'll, in the meantime, we'll just hold the item down. Okay. Our next item then is EC 9.4. Councillor Perruzza, you held the item down, Homeless Services Capital Infrastructure Strategy. Councillor Perruzza, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? If we have any questions to staff, if you can please put your name on the list. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning. Through you to staff, can someone help me to understand the process that is in place in determining and or estimating the cost of developing facilities for those who are experiencing homelessness as part of the procurement process?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Thompson, it's Pat Matoso, Councillor.
Morning, Pat.
So, Councillor, over the past few years, we've built out a number of shelters for Toronto Support Shelter Services, as well as modular housing for the Housing Secretariat. So we do have benchmark costs going into this new program. I will say, however, over the last 4 years, given what has happened with COVID and the impact the global supply chain has had on the marketplace, we've seen an increase in prices in the construction industry, anywhere from 45% to 60%. So we've factored that in. So we have many lessons learned with respect to the costing moving into new programs. We also have built into the program moving forward, both whether it's modular and or shelters, is working with cost consultants to understand the market. So we're also building in the right contingencies. So we have a lot of lessons learned over the last 4 years. The market has been, again, the market has wreaked havoc over the construction industry, and we've had to, pivot based on the challenges we've had. But now that there's stabilization, I mean, the prices are what they are, but moving forward, we can provide better cost certainty.
So, specifically on the modular homes that has been built by the city, can you tell council the variance between the projected amounts that's been projected by, I guess, staff through the process and the actual amount that's been spent to complete the projects?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Speaker. First, I'll provide some background. When the federal government provided the program and we provided the costing, it was before actually the cost escalations happened. So as these projects were being implemented and being priced, the cost escalations had increased by about 50%. But that's because of market conditions. It's not that we didn't know. Again, we knew what we knew as staff going into applying for the program, but again, the changes happened during COVID.
May I then ask you, would it be prudent-wise to create a broader sense of input with respect to external stakeholders, for example, people with strong industry experience, to collaborate with city staff in let's say, an advisory form? Would this be something that you, based on your experience, because you've come from the private sector to government, feel would be prudent?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Todd, I think it's important for any organization to understand what's going on in the marketplace and to seek input from industry experts. So yes.
So if, as I've seen a situation where we've projected the cost of, let's say, a 350 square foot unit, let's assume the numbers was $190,000, and the actual final cost came in 101, 2% more, let's say, at $384,000, and the private sector is aghast at that analysis and the expenditure. Do you think that input from them would be beneficial to you and your team?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Thompson, I think it's important to get input from a variety of different groups, whether it be the private sector, whether it be consulting groups, or cost consultants, to understand, to get a broad range of data to actually inform us better on the costing.
And just my final question, as part of the process that you highlighted initially in responding to my question, have you or has the team done a jurisdictional scan looking at other areas in terms of how they come up with their projections?
So, Councillor, we consult with the cost consultants in the industry, and we plan to do more jurisdictional scans. With respect to this program, it's more around different forms of project delivery, given the implementation schedule that we need to meet. So, obviously, that we are always engaged with different parts of the private sector, especially when it comes to cost consulting, to understand we get the pricing right. But we're also looking at different methods of delivery to meet the timelines.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just wondering, what is the cost per night right now on average that we are paying hotels for the shelter space?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, thanks for the question. The average per diem in the shelter hotel programs right now is approximately $260 per night. That's about double of what it might be in a fixed asset owned by the city or a community partner in order providing these services.
And does that include support workers and food?
Yeah, through you, Speaker, it does include the room night rate. It includes catering. It includes the full wraparound supports and community safety, security, and other supports as well.
And what efforts have been made to address the many concerns of surrounding community members? So we see here a long list of letters written by community members who have been significantly impacted, and it sounds like they feel like no one's listening. So I'm just wondering what measures are taken and what can we do to improve the situation?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, certainly in each one of these locations where we have programs, and specifically the shelter hotels, which tend to be larger than our base shelter programs, a number of mechanisms that exist, including community liaison committees that are made up of local residents, business owners, often attended by Toronto Police Services and other stakeholders in the community, to talk about issues that are happening, to brainstorm together around how those issues may be addressed. At many of these locations also, we've deployed additional security measures, including community safety teams, which are deployed outside of the locations and engaging with individuals that might be affiliated with the shelter to encourage them to come back to the program and engage with supports on site. So we do our best to listen to those concerns and address them as they come up.
But currently, it appears that the surrounding community is still feeling quite exposed. As a result, they've written all these letters. I'm just wondering, do we have a best scale for a complex population with high acuity?
Yes, through the Speaker to you, Councillor, I'd say there's 17 of these programs running right now. We know that there are a few that have generated more concerns than others. But, we would agree that the larger programs are too big to support the clients we're working with. Our ideal size for a shelter would be in the range of 80 beds total.
And what is the size of the larger hotels right now?
The largest site has 380 people. There's probably 3 or 4 over the size of 200 people. And the rest, there are some smaller programs as well.
So on a scale of 380, is there an opportunity that the larger sites could be switched to serve the refugee claimant population, since they are now almost half of our shelter population? Is there a different kind of impact when the acuity and type of population served in the shelter shifts? Would that improve the situation?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly, you know, the change of population at some locations could assist with some of the issues and concerns that communities have raised. And it is a challenge, you know, to find the appropriate amount of space for now over 12,000 people that we're trying to accommodate each night in and outside the shelter system.
So, you know, keeping in mind the supports that have been offered, just wondering, with regard to all the people who've written letters who live in the vicinity of the larger, I think, hotel shelters, what can we do to improve? Because clearly, whatever is being done, including the many things you mentioned, is not meeting the needs of the surrounding community.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, it's continued work with the local communities to understand what the issues are. The continued enhancement of our security deployment, closer engagement with Toronto Police Services, and you know, where there's opportunity to look at the client profile and perhaps make some changes there as well.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. I think my questions are to Mr. Tanner. How many people are in the shelter system? I thought you just mentioned a number.
Yes, through the speaker to you, Councillor Holyday. So within the shelter system, we have 9,894 people, okay. But we're sheltering another few thousand outside of the system in programs supported by the Canadian Red Cross and families that we have supported in hotel accommodations scattered throughout the city. The total number as of February the 4th, 12,065 people.
So 12,000. What percentage of those are refugee claimants?
Almost 50% at this point of the 12,000, 5,943.
And do you think the trajectory is to be the majority at some point?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, we have certainly seen the proportion increase over time and now rests at 50% of the total. You'll know that we are engaged closely with both the federal and provincial governments and welcome their support of recent funding announcements and commitments to open a reception center in Peel Region, which we hope will be the first point of contact for new individuals in the country who are refugee claimants and assist them to really move to communities as well as Toronto, but to communities throughout the province and the country.
Of the non-refugee claimant population within the shelter, what percentage of that residual, which is, I guess, about 5,000, 6,000, what percentage of those people were in Toronto and lost their home and became homeless?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, you know, all of these individuals, the 6,000, would at some point have lost their home and experienced homelessness. We're seeing an increase in the chronicity or the length of time that people are in our system, and certainly there is a percentage that are impacted by significant mental health and substance use issues that makes our support very challenging.
Do we know what percentage of the 6,000 lost their home within the 416?
Our data on this, and through the speaker to you, Councillor, would indicate that there's about 5% of that population that may come to Toronto from other jurisdictions in Ontario.
Thank you, that's helpful. Over to the funding for what's before us. The federal government has made a commitment, I guess it's for a year. Do we have an understanding of where the funding in the out years will come from based on, to fund what is committed to in the item that's before council?
And just, I want to clarify, I understand the question. Sorry, Councillor.
So what's before us on council will require multiple years of financial commitment. Do we know where the funding will come from in consideration that the federal government's funding commitment to us was one time?
Yes, through the speaker to you, Councillor, the most recent announcement will assist the city in making us whole, if you will, for 2023 costs related to refugee claimants, and I understand is a down payment for costs in 2024, subject to the upcoming federal budget. I'd say that although these are one-time payments, we've received ongoing support from the federal government on this issue going back to 2017.
I understand. How do we know as a council that the shelter system is big enough?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I'd say that, I mean, what we do know is Toronto does far more than any other municipality in the country, and that we continue to urge other communities to continue to invest in these services so people are supported in their home communities. But we also know that each night there are over 100 people that we can't match to a shelter bed on any given day.
Just for my knowledge, and as I'm out of time here, can you give me a couple of snapshots about the size of the shelter system over time? Maybe 10 years ago, 2013 or 2014, how many beds? How many beds was it before the COVID pandemic? How many beds just after? How many beds now? Just, can you give me a sense of how this has expanded over time?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, certainly the shelter systems continue to grow at a fairly rapid rate. I'll tell you, when I started with the city, 2005, we might have had 2,500 shelter beds. We now are supporting over 12,000 people. The size really has increased dramatically since the reopening of the borders and the number of refugee claimants arriving, now at 50%. So certainly we know that it's continuing to grow. We're working closely with our partners in the Housing Secretariat at this point to try and get as many of these folks out of the shelter system into permanent housing with supports they need.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through to, I guess I'll start with Mr. Tanner. Mr. Tanner, could you explain a bit about how we use technology? Are we using technology to keep track of people that are in our homeless shelter system? Do we have a database? Is that done in conjunction? What you mentioned, the Red Cross. Is that database accessible to all of our partners in the social services community?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Ainsley, thanks for the question. Certainly we have a shelter management information system which is used to intake any individual coming into our shelter system. It's a database that would collect their demographic information, but is now incorporates a triage tool that would assess their needs related to housing and sort of would prioritize them in terms of the support that they would require. Our outreach teams are now getting integrated into that system as well, so people that are on the street and not perhaps in the shelter system would also be included. And as a requirement of the federal government and funding, we have now a by-name list of all of the individuals that would experience homelessness in the city, which assists us in coordinating their access to housing supports and housing units as they become available.
So for somebody on the street, for example, Streets to Home, a Streets to Home outreach worker, do they have a mobile app that allows them to access that database? If they're talking to somebody on the street, trying to get them shelter or figure out what type of assistance, can they tell that that person's been, somebody from the city's interacted with that person before?
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor, that's correct.
Okay, and then do we have an idea of the current shelter population? You said 9,840 people. Do we have any idea what the ratio is of people that are in our shelter system or that return to what we would call a homelessness?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, yeah, each month we, on our website, will publish shelter flow data, which indicates the number of brand new people we've never seen in the system, the number of people that have moved on to housing, the number of people that have moved to housing and now are coming back to us in some way. So we do publish that data monthly. What we see is that there's still many more new people experiencing homelessness than there are people that were moving successfully to housing.
And do you have a number of how many people have been successfully housed in the past 10 years?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, I could get the 10-year data. I could tell you last year we housed just under 6,000 people out of the shelter system.
Okay. And then, Mr. Tanner, I was reading an article about Houston over the weekend, and one of the things that they do is they have a $1,600 incentive that they offer to apartment building owners to help accommodate people that are considered homelessness, to find them. Is there anything like that that's available here?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, the couple of tools that I would name would be, first, our housing benefits that are direct housing benefit that can go to individuals to top up their income supports to find housing in the private sector. The second would be our eviction prevention program, which again is a mechanism to step in, if you will, and assist someone who's on the cusp or at risk of homelessness to help pay the rent for a few months to get them back on their feet before they might fall into homelessness itself. But certainly happy to look at that program and understand more about it.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Mr. Tanner. Madam Chair, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker, can you confirm that some of these shelters are operated directly by city staff, whereas some are operated by third parties that we've contracted to operate these shelters?
Yes, through the Speaker to you, Councillor Myers, what we would call our system is a mixed delivery model system. About a third of the shelter beds are supported by our city staff, and about 2/3 are supported by our nonprofit community partners, of which there are over 30.
What are the factors that go into selecting a nonprofit community partner into operating one of these shelters?
So through the Speaker to you, Councillor, traditionally it's been organizations that can demonstrate experience in delivering services and shelter supports to people experiencing homelessness. We have a range of providers, some very large nonprofit organizations to some much smaller organizations that have a particular niche or specialty in providing supports to unique populations.
And do you notice a difference in the quality of the management of these hotels in the city staff versus the third parties, versus the shelters operated by nonprofit third-party partners?
And through the Speaker to you, Councillor, I wouldn't say that we've identified a particular difference. I mean, there are organizations that bring specialty services to the table that the city cannot provide or doesn't have a specialty in providing. So, for example, I'd say all of our youth shelters are operated by nonprofit organizations that have a specialty in working with young people. But we work very closely with all of the nonprofit sector through the Toronto Shelter Network, and with each organization to ensure that they're meeting our basic shelter standards that are developed and updated often.
And for the shelters that I guess cause the most problems in terms of the impact they have on the surrounding communities, have you noticed whether or not those are generally city-run shelters or shelters run by not-for-profits?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, I wouldn't suggest that we've noticed a trend. I'd say that what I would say is a common denominator is the larger a program is, sometimes the more difficult it is to manage. Back to the question around the ideal size of a shelter program, we feel that that should be in the range of about 80 beds at the moment, and due to our efforts during the pandemic, we're in some programs that are much bigger than that.
So when we go to renew a contract, what factors are we looking into with our not-for-profit partners beyond just cost in terms of how well these shelters are being run and their impacts on the surrounding communities when we decide whether or not that they should continue to be the operator, putting aside whether or not we close the shelter itself?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, we've had relationships with many of these organizations for many years, decades, in fact. There have been times when we have severed a relationship with an organization based on their performance. You know, it doesn't happen often, but there has been an experience of that. In an experience like that, we would look at a whole range of issues, including their financial capacity, their administrative capacity, their outcomes with clients, and generally it could include things such as their integration within the community as well.
Thank you. And is the recommendation, are we discussing here whether or not we should continue with the same operators of all of these hotels? Have we made that decision that we should continue with the same operators of all these hotels?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, that's not before us today in the staff report. The staff report here really is focused on the real estate strategy to support the ongoing use of some of the shelter hotels until we can build out the base shelter system.
Thank you. And final question, when will we have the opportunity to decide whether or not some of these operators should continue to operate these particular sites?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, that is a decision or oversight that is delegated to city staff. We don't bring contracts, if you will, to council for council's approval on each contract. I'd be happy to talk with you offline if you've got specific concerns to have that conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker, to the General Manager of Toronto Shelter. In terms of what's before us here today, you would agree, you've already said that there's a scale of shelter that's really too big to operate well, but we've ended up here after the pandemic. Is what's before here today also indicating that there will be additional resources and supports for communities that are hosting some of the largest shelters?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Bravo, the report before you today doesn't necessarily speak to enhanced supports at any one of these shelter hotels. It's really looking for the authority to continue with these essential shelter locations until we can build out our base shelter system. There are a number of contracts, though, associated with the report that do link to things such as our infection prevention and control, community safety, and other supports as well.
But there were motions at committee that essentially direct providing more support or looking into providing more support, and also it does identify that the largest shelters are a challenge and a priority for making the shift that's was outlined in the capital plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How crucial is what is before us today in terms of being able to implement that capital plan, which really looks at making sure that we are building right-sized shelters, scaled appropriately, built for this purpose, and long-term leases that are in locations that are actually much better for both the residents and for the community at large, because the need for shelter exists in every corner of the city.
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor Bravo, the report today is essential to continue the leases and the support in stabilizing the shelter system while we can build out those custom shelter programs that we know traditionally work well at a size of about 80 beds, integrate well into communities, and frankly can be assets to the community as a point of service for vulnerable people.
And also, at the same time, building out the affordable housing, that's a key part of this, the council's plan, the mayor's plan, correct?
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor Bravo, that's absolutely correct. I mean, the core focus of our work is to get people into housing, and that is absolutely essentially connected to the work of the Housing Secretariat and to Council's plan on creating affordable and rent-geared income and supportive housing.
And just one question for corporate real estate management. Is value for money at the forefront of what we have before us in the confidential attachment?
Through Madam Speaker to Councillor Bravo, as Gord had mentioned, the three pillars of this program really is to stabilize, build, and coordinate. The stabilization piece through the leases is critical for staff to actually build quickly and then coordinate with the Housing Secretary to reduce, to create opportunities for housing. With respect to the how staff have negotiated the leases, first and foremost, it was in accordance with recommendations by the Auditor General, so key terms have worked in there. The stabilization and the term of the lease has as noted in the confidential attachment, has created a substantial amount of rent savings, and also there's no provision for restoration, which has also created a cost avoidance of substantial funding.
In other words, we're not on the hook. We're not on the hook for restoration, meaning renovations that are required. So this is really a really good news piece around saving money for the city.
Based on what staff have negotiated with the operators, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker. So I need some clarity around how many refugees do we currently have in our system, in our shelter system?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Crisanti, within and outside the shelter system, we're supporting just under 6,000 refugee claimants currently.
Okay, and the 6,000 we've been supporting currently, I guess that number is going to continue to rise. The federal commitment, financial commitment, can you remind me and clarify how much are we getting or did we get from the federal government?
Yes, through the Speaker to you, Councillor, the federal government has committed to pay for our costs in 2023 to a total of $200 million now, and there is an additional 40 some odd million dollars to support costs that will be incurred in 2024. We anticipate that there could be further commitments made through the federal budget when it's released in the spring.
And what are our costs? My understanding is that's still short of what our total costs are. Is that correct, or does that cover us?
So through the Speaker to you, Councillor Crisanti, we're covered for 2023. We anticipate our costs for 2024 based on current projections will be $250 million, so we're not covered for that full amount at this point. That's why we're hopeful to see more support through the spring federal budget.
Okay, so what number do we need this year?
250 million total, and we have just over 40 million committed.
Does it look very promising that we will get the balance of that? And I guess the discussions are in the works to ensure that we get it?
Through the Speaker, I might pass that to the City Manager.
So through the Speaker, let's be very clear to the federal government is they need a new program for it, not only to support cities like Toronto and Montreal who are bearing a huge weight of this, but also their own programs. The federal government alone has over 7,000 hotel rooms that they are managing directly for refugees. So I'm very confident there will be some kind of program that comes out of this because the federal government's recognized this is an issue for them as much as it is for other municipalities.
Okay, thank you. So the current shelters, I want to confirm, I have a property on 2180 Islington Avenue, and I just want to confirm, is that part of the group that's prioritized for decanting as part of the larger sites?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Crisanti, it is a site that contains close to 200 people. It would be categorized as one of the larger sites. At committee, we received direction to bring back a plan in the third quarter of this year to suggest how and what the priority will be for closure. But it is one of the sites that is prioritized over the coming years to close.
And there's a recommendation to extend the leases?
The report before you today is a report that makes recommendations to extend the majority of the hotels for up to a significant period of time, 5 years.
At what total cost for all these hotels?
So I think through the speaker to you, Councillor, that's part of a confidential attachment to this report. We need to discuss in camera.
All right, I would suspect it's quite significant. All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Matt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Mr. Tanner. Mr. Tanner, as a councillor that has the largest shelter hotel in the city currently, let's just speak about the larger shelter hotels. What measures have been taken and implemented to make sure that first the residents of the hotels are safe, and that the residents of the community around the shelter hotels are also safe as well?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Mantis. So, a number of initiatives and supports happen both inside and outside the shelter. So starting first inside the shelter, I mean, this is a program that has integrated primary care and mental health supports that are on site, 5 days a week. We have a pretty significant overdose prevention program at the location in your ward. And then, several shifts of dedicated staff that are there working 24/7 to support the residents on site. Outside of the hotel itself and in the community, we have deployed community safety teams which operate 24/7 to engage with and identify any individuals that might be part of the program that are in the community and need support. We have additional corporate security guards stationed at the hotel to manage ins and outs of the program, and we run a liaison committee at the program. Usually meets about monthly, sometimes quarterly in the past. The most recent meeting, I believe, at the end of January, bringing together local residents associations, stakeholders, Toronto Police, to continue to review what more we can be doing to support the program in the ward.
So just knowing also that 2 days ago we had a stabbing at the shelter where 2 individuals were stabbed, not with life-threatening injuries. How efficient or effective can you say has the security been at the Delta shelter?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, it's something that we would review on a regular basis. I think what we have said here today is that it is a program that's a bit larger than we are comfortable or would regularly run. And there are individuals we're supporting with significant unmet health and unmet mental health challenges that the staff do their best to support on a daily basis.
Now, do you find that there have been increases in resources? There has been a need for more resources due to the fact that the hotel is too large?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly that's something, again, that we're looking at each of the shelter hotels as we look to extend our tenure and leases with them. And certainly the hotel in your ward is one that we will be taking a good look at to see what more we can be doing to support both the clients and the community.
So when we're negotiating these leases and considering for the renewals, are we taking into consideration the effects in the community, the increases in crime or other resources, or the increase in hospital visits that we've had because of that are related to this hotel?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly I think it is our our wish to prioritize the closure and decommissioning of the largest shelter hotels that we have, and that's a plan that we'll be bringing back to Economic Community Development Committee in the third quarter. With respect to hospital visits, I mean, what I'd say is, again, this is a group of people that we're working with sometimes with significant mental health, substance use challenges, and although staff do their best to support people on site, there are times that we often are using the support of hospitals to connect people with the health care that they need.
And your in your opinion, do you believe that we would need more security, or also have the community liaison officers on the site or in the area, due to the fact that now we've actually lost an officer in our community?
That was your last question.
Resource. My last question is, Madam Speaker.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Mantis, I think we'll be looking, should council support the staff report and recommendations that are before you, a review of our security program at the hotel located in your ward, and seeing what more we can do to support its integration within the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Pruitt, a question.
Yeah, just remind me, how did we get into this situation, right? Here's how I recall it. Correct me if I'm wrong, okay, because you guys know it better than I do, I'm sure. So around 2016, 2017, Syrian refugees are coming over. Federal government comes to us and says, you know what? We need a place to house them. They give us wads of money. We put them up in hotels. That's how we opened the door to this hotel sheltering activity, because we didn't house folks in hotel shelters before that. We used motels and places like that, more transitional places, but never hotels, correct?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, to the extent we're using them now, you're correct. We've always used motels and hotels for families when needed, but you're right. I mean, 2017 saw a significant rise in the number of refugee claimants, which started our use of, for instance, the hotel we're using in your ward.
Yeah, exactly. So for refugees, because the federal government is essentially, they're the ones contracting it out, mostly with organizations like Costi Immigrant Services, and they're putting up the money, so we're good with that. We say, okay, fine, you guys, this is your thing, you're paying for it, you're contracting out, we deliver the thing, yeah, we're on. So then, all of a sudden, COVID happens, and we're in, I believe at that time, 2 hotels, right? And then all of a sudden, COVID, the rules change around distancing and restrictions and so on, and then, boom, 29 hotels, right? Right down the 401. Basically, all the industrial hotels that kind of like closed their doors through the COVID, all of a sudden became shelters in a sense, right?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly that's what gave rise to our use of the number of hotels that we're currently in.
Okay, so at the height of it, because of COVID, and I remember Ms. Bedard sitting there, she was the head of the department at the time, and we, you know, we applauded it, I guess. She was able to sort of create these 3,900 spots in 2,900 hotel rooms across the 401 in these hotels. And you're right, the auditor looked at it, and the auditor came back and said, wow, man, it's like $90,000 a client with the wraparound services, about $50,000 for rents, and then add the meals and so on. So it became a staggering number. But we were in COVID, and the feds and the province, in large part,
Councillor, your question, please.
The question is, they were essentially picking up the tab, right?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly in the depth of COVID, we were receiving additional funds for these services.
Exactly. Okay. And now, presumably, we're beyond COVID. but we're still in the, so in fairness, we've gone from 29 hotels or 3,900 clients at the height of it, as I understand it, down to 2,400 clients, from 2,900 beds, rooms to 2,400 rooms, so 29 hotels to 17. Would that be, would those numbers kind of fairly capture it?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, fairly close. We're 2,300 people, 1,900 rooms currently,
Perfect.
but down from the 29 hotels
So-
to 17.
So my question to you is this. If this council gave you a redeemable check for $60 million today, would you be able to create 2,200 shelter beds, say within a space of 6 months?
Through the Speaker to you, no.
If we gave you $60 million today, bags of money in your pocket, you would not be able to, within a period of 6 months, create 2,400 shelter beds.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, no.
You wouldn't be able to partner with churches, with community groups or others out there to create 2,200 spots. So it doesn't matter how much money, in
Your
your
last
view,
question.
how much money we put at this, you can't do it.
Right.
Is that it?
That was your last question, Councillor Perruzza.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, so what we have before us today is a companion report to our capital infrastructure plan, which is the plan to get us out of another 1,300 hotel rooms and build out the base shelter system to support people in those smaller, more cost-effective shelters, while we continue to partner with the Housing Secretariat on long-term housing options.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. As you know, there's been a push over the years to have the federal government open up the armories. What is the latest on that? And because it's federal property, would that only be for refugees and asylum seekers, or would it be all people who need shelter?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Pasternak, there was an ask for the armories to support our refugee response. That hasn't materialized at this point. Most recently, as you know, there's been a financial commitment to the city to support us in our costs with this response.
But capacity building is really, from what I heard you just say, money won't buy us the space, yet the armories are there. But let's face it, the federal government and the military are just not going to give them.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Pasternak, it doesn't look like that will materialize.
So, when you look at the configuration of a hotel, they're really designed for, rooms are designed for very short-term stays, almost like, small groups of people, like maybe 2 or 3. Are these hotels even appropriate to take in people who may be there for months, and you want to offer various support services? I mean, I'm looking at the physical asset itself. It strikes me as the wrong kind of choice. I mean, it's better than the street, but it's the wrong kind of choice to have people get a fresh start.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Pasternak, I mean, these aren't purpose-built shelters. That would be the case. They have provided many individuals with accommodation that has supported their journey into permanent housing, so they've been a good fit for some people, absolutely. And you're right, though, they aren't built for the delivery of shelter services.
So people are, I guess, staying in these hotels that we're renting, but many have come from other countries who are waiting for Ottawa to give them status. So either approve their refugee claim, asylum seeking status so they can work. How does that processed? They're in these buildings almost anonymously. How do we facilitate or help accelerate that kind of process?
So through the Speaker to Councillor Pasternak, we are working closely with IRCC and the federal government, who manages those programs and services, to both first connect people to the paperwork and the journey they will need to undertake to have their refugee claim heard. Also in that journey is the issuance of work permits and support so people can work while they're here. So we are working on a daily basis, I would say, with federal representatives to try and facilitate access to those supports.
So finally, on the program side, is there day programming or something to keep the residents occupied? Is there a curfew? Is there kind of any kind of taking of attendance? Do we know where people are during the course of the day? Because people wandering around aimlessly, I'm going to say this as respectfully as I can, the people call us and wondering, you know, why this person, should this person be at the shelter? Should they be in programming? Should they be in some kind of counseling? Is there animation during the day, and is there a curfew and attendance?
Yeah, so through the speaker to you, Councillor Pasternak, I mean, of the 100 programs we operate, they're all a little bit different, but certainly shelter providers do run a series of programs and activities throughout the week, whether it's building life skills or recreation or arts, and as well as bring in, you know, external groups to try and animate these programs. They're not mandatory for people to attend, so they're there for people to partake in if they'd like to. And on the curfew side, you know, many of the programs would not have a curfew, but if people are not there for more than 24 hours, just based on the demand that we have, we'd be using that bed for someone else.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza to speak. You held the item down. Okay, go ahead.
I have a motion.
Okay, does the staff have your motion?
They should have it.
They're saying no, they don't.
So can I just stand myself down for a few minutes until they do get it? I thought it was
Okay.
sent.
Councillor Mantis to speak. And please, I want to remind members of council to speak on the item that's before us, which is the item before us on the capital infrastructure. Nothing about management, nothing, just on what's before us. Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the staff put up the motion to circulate it to our colleagues? Okay. So, Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, I would like to thank Deputy Mayor McKelvey, Councillor Myers, Councillor Candoval, and Councillor Bravo for the Mayor's office for all the work that they have given us for creating, so we can create this motion. This motion speaks about 2035 Kennedy Road, the Delta Hotel, and the difficulties that we have seen over the last 4 years regarding the management, the wraparounds, the safety in the community, and the concerns of the residents that have written numerous letters over during the committee process for asking for a decommission of the hotel. We've had increases in crime. We've seen from the numbers that have been given to us, the statistics from TPS and 42 Division. We have had increases in visits in the hospital setting at Scarborough Grace, where it's unfortunate that we've had these increases. So from 2021 until 2023, we've seen the increase in visits from 286 to 600 visits forecasted for this year, which is unfortunate for the people that are experiencing these difficulties. especially when I hope that they could have been addressed in different ways, and maybe other measures could have been taken at the Delta shelter to assist them. We've had a stabbing that happened 2 days ago, where 2 individuals were stabbed, and the person was arrested. And thank God there were no casualties. But everything that you see has culminated over the last 4 years, and the situation seems to be getting worse instead of getting better. And we believe as a community that these measures that we're putting forward in the motion would help, number one, to assist the people, also be able to have more resources in the community, to have the members of the community to be safe. Businesses have been affected. The Delta is the only hotel in Scarborough of this capacity, and we also need the economic activity to come back, as well as to make sure that we have enough hotel space also for FIFA for the World Cup. Because as we know right now, we don't have enough space available in our community, in our city, to host for the hosting of the games. Now, I would like to thank everyone for putting this motion together, and I hope I have your consideration to vote in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to actually speak to the issue that is actually in front of us, which is, you're welcome, it's the Homeless Service Capital Infrastructure Strategy, Real Estate Strategy, and a lease extension. I have a motion. I'd like to ask staff to put the motion on the screen. This motion has been crafted by myself, city staff, legal, and the names of the different heads of departments that you see here. The intention of this motion is to help the city and the staff with respect to ensuring that the millions and millions and millions of dollars that we're going to be spending as part of this process, as well as it actually leads quite nicely with respect to the report that was done by the Auditor General dealing with some of the challenges and the recommendations and so on. What we're talking about here is how we're going to transition and build out shelters at the city will be their own facility, and we've heard from Mr. Tanner about the 80 beds and so on, which are the ideal number of beds that should be in these particular units and so on, and we're looking at moving towards permanent build, RGIs, and so on. My motion is intended on ensuring that the city works with a broad base of individuals, the external stakeholders and so on, to ensure that when we put in place the projections and budgets and so on, that we have additional eyes and ears and so on that's helping us and guiding this particular process. Speaker, the matter came to my attention when I looked at a specific modular housing site in my ward, which is at 37 Dundalk. What we found was the projection that was initially provided, the actual amount spent on the capital infrastructure and development was essentially 100% over budget. Now, we've heard from staff as to the rationale and reasons why and so on, and I'm not questioning that. But in my conversation with the building and development sector, they were quite concerned, and of course they're also facing these challenges as well. That is their daily business as they operate in the development industry. When I looked at the analysis and presented to them the unit costs that we were paying for a 350 square foot facility, which was initially budgeted $190,000, but we ended up spending $384,000. That was alarming to me, and it should be alarming to you. We will be spending millions and millions and millions of dollars as part of this particular process and the transition that's going to take place. And I think it's really important to have additional eyes and ears on this, the judicial scan that we should have in place, as well as the expertise certainly from our staff. Clearly, we know that the issue with respect to homelessness in this city is a major problem. In my ward, I have a hotel that was used as a shelter. It is now going to be used as a homeless shelter. It's not going to be used as a refugee facility. We set up a program with Mr. Tanner where we were able to monitor. We all used the outreach workers, reached out to addressing the issues that were impacting businesses. We had a situation where people were going to people's cars when they went to buy a cup of coffee, for example. And Mr. Tanner, I want to thank him because I remember meeting him one morning at 7:30 in the morning to show him what was taking place in my community. We have responded to that because we, in my community, extended support to bring people in from Strawn House to provide the needed assistance that they need. It did cause huge impact and great stress to my community. We were able to get through it. We've set up advisory groups. We worked on a series of things. People had my cell phone number. They can call me. We had the police involved and everyone involved. Speaker, that was a good experience that came out of all the challenges and so on. And I would ask and advise others who are experiencing challenges in their own areas to maybe work on a simple template that we had established because that did help us. So I'm moving this motion, Speaker, to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, there are no questions. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, I try to start by thanking staff for their hard work. It's not an easy file. They have undertaken a massive expansion of the shelter system in the last few years. And so I'm very, very grateful for all of their hard work. And I also want to thank Councillor Mantis for his leadership. I think there was a, unfortunately, very real belief of the community that we were no longer going to be using the Delta as a shelter. And he's really managed to strike the right balance of bringing the people together to find a workable solution for the community that can really manage all the different stakeholders that are involved, all the different needs. And so I just want to thank Councillor Mantis for his hard work for the community, bringing us all together. Thank the Mayor's Office and Councillor Bravo for their support. And I will say that in my community of Scarborough Rouge Park, we now have several shelters as well, and we've brought together different groups to try to improve the situation. So we have Toronto Community Housing, Shelter Support Services, the Toronto Police, all working together, and Councillor Bravo even came out by bus, all the way out to our meeting at 43 Division last week to talk about what we're doing. So I'm very grateful for their leadership, and I hope everybody will support Councillor Mantis's motion that's here today, because it really is a good workable solution that balances the different needs of community, being those in the shelter system, but also recognizing that Scarborough doesn't have a lot of hotels, and we do need those for the hockey tournaments, the soccer tournaments, and as Councillor Mantis points out, for FIFA and the individuals that will be coming to our great, wonderful city in 2026. So thank you to everybody involved, and please support Councillor Mantis.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. A few minutes ago, I asked Mr. Tanner a few questions, and I asked, one of them was, well, how do we know when we've built a big enough shelter system? And he didn't really give me this crisp answer I was looking for, but that's okay, because it wasn't a fair question to ask the public service that. It's a political question, and it's one that that council has provided political answers for. If you look at the city's budget this year, you'll see there's a couple of line items that stand out really big. First, of course, is public transit, and policing is another big line, but shelters and housing is another. You start to work on that column there, you look at the history, because that's all online as well. And you can see over the years how the shelter system has expanded. I think the stat is it's doubled in about 6 years. And we've, interestingly enough, we've got two numbers now. We've got about 10,000 shelter beds, and we've got 12,000 accommodated in the overall system. Big number. I think Mr. Tanner said around 2005 it was 2,500. You can plot that over time. I am a little worried about the answer to that question about, how much is enough, because it seems like you can add thousands more beds, they get filled up. So the question I have for council is the shelter system going to double in size in 6 years? How are we going to pay for all of that? In fact, this report here is important. It is the physical manifestation of a plan to build out a shelter system. And I asked, how are we going to pay for this? And we've got some funding for this year, for 2023 and for 2024. But the questions are unanswered. From time to time, councillors chide me for saying no. But my observation is that council needs to say no more often. And here we have a situation of an expansion of the shelter system, no plan to pay for it over the long term, and evidence that it has grown and grown and grown and grown. And a reasonable assumption that you can keep building it and it will keep getting filled, especially from external factors, because we find out that about half the people have recently arrived into the city. So I'm going to vote no on this. But I'm going to do that because I know council is probably going to pass this, but I need to mark an important question here about how long we can sustain a growth rate in a shelter system, knowing that it's going to keep filling up and knowing that there's financial pressures that we've got. These are really important public policy questions. And I think the salient question is, well, how much is enough? Compare our rate to other cities. Compare that to the population growth rate in the city. They're important considerations. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Sorry. Councillor Crisanti to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I too will echo many of the sentiments that Councillor Mantis put forward regarding his site and comments made with respect to that. So we hosted a community meeting up in Etobicoke North with respect to our site at 2180 Islington Avenue. It was a meeting that, it's very difficult to describe in the sense that we got hundreds of people show up, people that who all of a sudden, a couple of years ago, they wake up to various different issues that they'd never experienced before in the past. We received significant pushback from my constituents, and with respect to, having that shelter continue to operate in its current form. We were successful during that meeting to create a community liaison committee that was done in collaboration with city staff. And that is certainly a first step in terms of improving communication between the city staff, our office, and the community to mitigate some of the issues that are ongoing. And I'll probably likely reiterate similar issues that Councillor Mantis has already mentioned earlier with his site. We've experienced encampments in the dozens. They keep popping up, and we have to continue to manage the issues surrounding the encampments in an area that has never experienced encampments before. Vandalism has increased. Our parks are not safe for our children anymore. Sharp objects and needles. The parks need to get constantly swept and monitored all the time. The requirement for increased police presence, that's a constant thing, ongoing still today. And of course, increased crime, where we have increased break-ins in homes and backyards and robberies and altercations. There is no other suitable site in this immediate area. this is a site that needs to be decommissioned and transitioned back to what it was before, a hotel, and it needs to be done as soon as possible. We've had discussions with staff, and I've been assured that this is a site that has been prioritized. We will continue to monitor that prioritization because my office will continue to ensure that that word priority will be honored and that it will be done at the earliest possible time. It's been very problematic. It's impacted residents and businesses in our community groups in this area in a very negative way. We have an office building right next door who's losing tenants. They can't lease their empty spaces because of the ongoing issues in that community. So, we continue to work with city staff and engage with my constituents through many different ways, through community meetings, our e-letters, and staff has done an excellent job in preparing this report. I'm going to be asking when it comes to vote to separate the part of extending the lease. I will not be voting in favor of that portion of it. I feel that by voting in favor of an extension is, continuing to support what is currently happening there now. I'm not convinced that we need to extend a lease. I think we have to have that sense of urgency to make these transitions happen a lot sooner than they currently are planned for. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really feel for my fellow councillors who have large-scale shelters like the hotel. As someone who previously had the largest congregate shelter in Canada with low bar, high acuity clients, it had a significant impact on my community, and I am grateful for the transition that we were able to have, because we recognize that on a matter of scale, 400, 200, even 100 is far too many when people have high acuity needs. And really, the industrialized model of shelters that the city is currently running is not good for the clients, and it's not good for the city. I like to make an analogy that when we plant a shelter, it's like an alien ship landing into the neighborhood, and people don't know what's happening in the building. Suddenly, community members are seeing impact. They can't really name it, and when they do, they're often criticized for complaining. But if we consider even the scale of 80 people who have complex needs living together, usually under-supported, is still not a sustainable scale and model. And, if you calculate $260 per night per resident, that is $96,000 a year. So that's actually higher than a lot of people's wages in the city. I don't think it's a good investment. It's necessary at this critical moment in time. It's a fire we're trying to put out, but can we approach all the not-for-profits, charities that are running these things with deep knowledge that we don't have, and say, if we gave you even, let's say, $50,000 a year per client, how much scale could you grow? How much time would it take? And I really admire, in my neighborhood, there is a house that is hosted by the Good Shepherd. It's on a scale, I think, of 10. 10 people live there. Every day staff come and go. And I talked to the neighbor who lives next door, and she was really upset when her real estate agent didn't tell her about the house that she was buying, that they had this house next door. But 10 years later, she said she is fine with that house being beside her, and in fact is grateful to see that these residents are getting the support they need. So I think we need to really not try to solve the problem ourselves. We need to reach out to the people who have experience and offer them even half or more than half of the cost that we're already paying. They could do more and do it better. So this is, I appreciate, the support that Councillor Mantis is getting, and I hope that that transition will ease the pain of the many community members. If you read these letters, they're just like, please help us. Is anyone listening? Does anybody care? And I'm sure that can be multiplied across any community that has to serve a large-scale shelter. So let's change how we do this. And the other thing we need to make sure is that when we plant a shelter, it's not an alien ship landing. We have to really engage the neighborhood. I know that we gave the Toronto Shelter and Support Administration delegated authority, and I recognize the importance of that, but that delegated authority should not negate community engagement. Maybe a neighborhood can't say yes or no to a shelter landing in their community, because most would probably say no. But certainly we should check in on them. We should see if they have any ideas. Maybe they would like to volunteer. We build more bridges. People feel like they're part of a community. They're no longer those people, those shelter residents. They are part of the neighborhood when they have relationships with the people who live there. So I hope that we can really change how this goes, and transitioning out of the hotels has to be done with the people who are experts in running shelters for decades. And let's do something different, because clearly the money is there, $96,000 a person. We can definitely do better to support these residents and do better by our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak. I was told it wasn't ready yet. We'll go after Councillor Carroll, okay? Okay. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I only rise to speak. I don't have a motion. I rise to speak only because I just want to observe what has come from fielding a few questions off to the side during this. I think sometimes we forget the big picture, and this item is a big picture. It's a big picture, but it's not entirely pandemic related. It's not, crisis of global mass migration related necessarily. We had a vision about changing the way we help people through homelessness even before those challenging circumstances began. If we go back to the days when there was always this sort of fluctuating population somewhere between 3,000, 6,000 through the global financial crisis, then back down again. Right now, we need to pat ourselves on the back and thank staff for the fact that in the usual population, if you really look at the graph, we are getting down with the use of some of those multi-government approaches like the COB benefit, et cetera. We're down to about 4,500 of the people you would always expect in a big city to be struggling with homelessness for a short period of time or else. But we made a decision long before we had the bigger global challenges that we also needed to do a better job of this and to right size and have the ideal places. Massive George Street was not the right size. It was not a good place. And we decided that we would have exactly what the 16 facilities that will eventually come out of this report would be. Those places that are somewhere between 60 and 100, between 60 and 80 is ideal, because you get down into the kinds of intensive case management you need to be able to do and in a manageable place. You get down to the size of a kitchen in the facility where you can actually say, why don't you go help in the kitchen? And we're going to actually make you start to feel like you're part of something. That happens every day if you go out to visit YWS, the youth shelter out in the West End. And they come out of it ending up being food servers licensed young people, heading out to jobs, ready to be in homes. But an ICM can only do about 6 clients at a time. The kind of work it takes to find the home, then to get them out there, make sure they're employed, make sure they have the things you need when you leave homelessness and you have nothing. You need every toiletry, everything. That's the kind of work that happens all day. And just that is enough. Councillor Pasternak asked, what sort of activities do we offer during the day? The activity of getting ready to live in a home. It's pretty full time. You're all day working with a half a dozen or so clients to make that happen, and then you move on to the next. The overwhelming problem that we have right now is once you get to where you have 6,000 of those people who are newly arrived asylum seekers or refugee claimants, you get to the point where our system is now just, where can they sleep tonight? How can we feed them? Oh my God, there's 500 more this month. And it's just that. So that kind of intensive case management that makes the COB benefit such a success gets harder and harder to do. That's why we have to be grateful, so grateful to the federal government and the provincial government because of what they're putting into the operating. But we also have to remember one thing, and this won't be popular. If we're going to build 16 of these things, I think we can all agree that with respect to the downtown wards, they've already given. They gave at the office. They're all saturated. And so the new culture that's going to exist is these shelters are going to pop up across suburban communities, and the supports will pop up with them. Some of our residents who aren't even homeless will welcome those supports and use them as well. That's a new culture that we're going to have to get used to in the suburbs, and so the engagement's going to be interesting. In Placer Court, for instance, we had engagement. It wasn't, do you want a shelter or not? Is, we're having a shelter. How can we make this work for you? And sometimes that's the way you have to do it, especially when you're embarking into new territory. I'm fine with that because I can honestly tell you, that's been an amazing success in my ward. It's the right size shelter, the right level of engagement, and we got on with it. And the only calls that I take about that shelter is, how do I get in the front door and volunteer? Honest to God, that's the only type of call we get about that shelter in the heart of the suburbs. That's the wave of the future, and we have to give Mr. Tanner the wherewithal to get on with it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, your motion is ready.
So I have a motion which is going to be circulated to all of you, and I just want to speak briefly to this issue as well. As many of you know, I've spoken on this a few times, and I have to tell you, this is a difficult issue for all of us. Homelessness is a terrible situation. It's a scourge. It's a symbol of our failure, in a sense, that anybody would have to sleep outdoors or live outdoors or live without a roof over their heads. And we need to change that equation. We got caught up in a very, very expensive sheltering system. COVID changed many things for all of us. It's affected everybody in some way, shape, or form. COVID, in a sense, brought us into a system that is cost prohibitive. It is staggering. The amount of money that we are spending in sheltering less than a quarter of our client base in a system that's 4-5 times more expensive than the traditional system. We could be, and we're doing that while so many people out there are still living outdoors in our parks and on our streets and in our sidewalks. It is absolutely mind-numbing that we would still continue in that trajectory. We've spent well over $1 billion on this system, on the hotels. We're probably committing to spending another $1 billion over a few short years. Housing less than, and as the system grows, an ever-shrinking portion of that overall client base. while many, many folks out there go homeless. I don't know how you reconcile that. Our staff, by the way, have done so well. They have. The system has mushroomed, and in large part, they've kept pace. They have done it. In partnership with a lot of community groups and a lot of other folks, they have done it. They've kept pace. We've gone from 4,500, 5,000 to this year, we're budgeting for 10,600, shelter clients in total. The hotels make up such a minuscule part of that when you look at it in the broader context, yet the hotel system eats up all the money. And as it does that, people are left homeless. Now, I asked Mr. Tanner a question, and I understand it, and on the floor of council, sometimes, the exchanges become somewhat bizarre and incongruous. But, I asked him, if I gave you $60 million today, would you be able to create 2,200 shelter beds? You all remember it, right? I give you $60 million today, give you a period of 4, 5, 6 months. Would you be able to create 2,200 shelter beds today? Right? I get it. Sometimes you need to take things away and think about them before you answer that. But here's what I believe. You know the answer we got, right? But here's what I believe. I believe that if you bring in all our community partners, our churches and everybody else, and you put $60 million on the table, you will create way more than 2,200 shelter beds, and you'll do it much faster than a 6-month time frame.
Councillor Pruzza, your time's up.
I guarantee that.
Councillor Pruzza.
And you all don't know that to be true.
Councillor Bravo?
Through you, Chair.
It's clarification of the motion, and as you know, his motion is confidential.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for that clarification. Through you to the councillor, are you aware that your motion could have the effect of compromising the negotiations that are the subject of the attachment that gives rise to this report here at council?
No, I'm only aware that my motion, if you pass it, will probably precipitate another report in March or April from our staff telling us what they can or can't do, or how much of it they've been able to achieve. That's fundamentally what my motion does.
And would you be, if that is not in fact the effect, but that it actually jeopardizes the long negotiation that has taken place to arrive at the attachment that gives rise to this report, which makes sure that the city is getting value for money and protects it from in a number of ways, from the cost of renovations, et cetera, would that change your mind?
No, because what my motion does is basically, essentially, challenge our staff, no question about that, for sure. And I think that that's important to do, because I know they're up to the job, and I know they'll get the job done. But what it probably more likely would do is that in March, April, or May, it'll precipitate a further report before you where they will say, you know what, we've been able to do X, but we still have Y to do, and therefore, we may need a little longer, or the rest of it. Because that's what, everything we do, that's what it does. It doesn't do anything else, really. If you challenge them, and then they're not able to do it, they're going to come back with a report and say to you, by the way, now we need to do X, Y, or Z, right? That's what they do.
And
right? So don't be afraid of it.
do you
Don't
contend, do you,
don't get
I'm not,
spooked by it.
I am
McKelvey's
concerned,
not spooked by it, look at it.
I'm concerned
Okay,
because.
just please, you have
so-
3 minutes clarification of the
So I'm
motion.
concerned because what the effect of your motion could be that we actually lose the capacity to continue to shelter the people that are in place, end up costing the city more, and actually put us in a position where every single councillor in this community, every community is going to have to face the fact that we're putting people out onto the street, and where encampments will grow and pressure will increase. And
Okay,
you're
that was
willing-
your-
Are you willing to risk that?
Councillor Bravo, that
Right.
was your last question.
So what my motion does is basically ask this council to step up and provide leadership on this issue, challenge our staff, and basically to deal with a very, very complex issue where we have a lot of people homeless, where we're spending a lot of money on a very, very
Councillor
expensive
Perruzza.
system, and we could be doing so much better.
Councillor
And we need to
Perruzza.
have the courage to lead.
Councillor
on
Perruzza,
that.
thank you.
Yeah.
That's it. Councillor Carroll, clarification of the motion.
Do, now that I am looking at the motion, I do have some questions, and so I'll ask them, while perhaps my colleagues might want to actually note that there is now an additional confidential attachment to this report, which is your motion. What it does do, those are great descriptive words, but the actual content of the motion is much more precise than that. In your consultation with staff, did they note for you the financial impact of your confidential motion that people should definitely read right now? Did they tell you what the financial impact would be?
Here's what my motion does.
Well, you can't actually tell me what it does because it's confidential, and having placed it now, I don't have the opportunity.
Exactly.
to
We
ask
can't
staff.
discuss the, Councillor
You can't tell
Carroll.
me what it does.
Here's what
Councillor
I can
Carroll,
tell you.
Councillor Perruzza,
Here's what I can tell you.
please. Councillor.
What I'm asking
Yes,
is
I
a
know, I
precise
understand. Councillor
question.
Perruzza, don't forget, this is a confidential, so you have to be careful what you say in public.
You can roll your eyes, but it's
Yeah.
a serious matter to jeopardize real estate negotiations in a confidential
If
manner.
you want my answer, I'm happy to give it, right?
Yes, the question, if you need it rephrased.
Sometimes my English fails me, but sometimes it don't. So if you give me an opportunity, right?
So I'll just ask
we'll
it
see
one
how
more
it
time.
goes. Yeah.
In your work with staff, did they make clear to you the potential financial impact of the content of your confidential motion?
Right. Yeah, so here's what essentially this motion does. It asks you.
Still not getting the answer, Madam
It
Speaker.
asks you, dear councillor, to step up and provide leadership on
No,
this
that's
issue.
actually not what it says here.
It's exactly what it says.
Councillor Perruzza.
Read it clearly.
Councillor
right?
Perruzza.
Vote for it, and you'll see you'll step up.
Got it right here.
Okay.
That's just not what it says
Look at
confidentially.
Okay, that's, Councillor Perruzza, thank you. Okay. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Carroll, no. Okay, enough. No, it's okay. Let's just move on, please. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you. I just want to first start off by thanking staff on this. I know this has been a very, very difficult, challenging file to work on. I have one of these hotels in my ward, and it does not give me any issues at all. It is a very well-managed, well-run operation, and I've spoken directly with some of the residents, and they have indicated that, you know, they feel supported by the staff as well. I've also visited the 4 Points on Islington shelter, and again, it was the same impression. It seemed to be a very well-run operation. And I contrast that to the Delta that I also visited, which seemed to be a lot more out of control, and it wasn't providing the residents the same level of support that was being provided at the 4 Points on Islington, neither the Travel Lodge on Milner. And the big difference to me was that those hotels that seemed to be well run and well operated were run by city staff directly, whereas the Delta was being run by a third-party operator. I think when we're looking at whether or not to renew these hotels, we really do need to look at how well these hotels are being run by the people that are being paid to run them. Obviously, these are very difficult and challenging clients to work with, but there still should be expectation from the surrounding community and from taxpayers that the money is being well spent to run these hotels. So I do hope that staff consider that when looking at whether or not who should be running these hotels in the future, particularly the ones that are not being run by the city staff. I also want to thank my council colleagues, Councillor Mantis, Councillor Candeval, Councillor McKelvey, and Councillor Thompson, and Councillor Ainsley for the work they've done, particularly on the hotels and shelters, and particularly surrounding the Delta, which has been a challenging shelter in our community. So I just want to thank you all for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes to speak. Let's see if we can get this done before lunch.
Yeah, I will try.
Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, Speaker. I want to start off by thanking staff, Gord Tanner and his team. I want to thank the Housing Secretariat, Abby Bond and her team. I work very, very closely with these city leaders, and I know how hard they work on this very important issue. So I will be supporting staff's recommendation on this item. But again, I just want to remind, Councillor Carroll encapsulated my thoughts very well, but, and some of my colleagues, as they spoke, I found my eyes rolling in the back of my head, because I'm thinking what the heck. But, Toronto Centre historically has had 61% of social services in the ward. I work very closely with Dixon Hall, with Salvation Army, the women's shelters. Just in this past week, I've had many meetings with these community partners. Since I've been a councillor, I've also authorized Section 37 funds to assist some of these organizations, like Anishinaabe Health and Dixon Hall and others, because I recognize the work that they do. They work in partnership with councillors, with me in particular. It helps not only with alleviate some of the pressures that the city shelters and hotels are experiencing, but the community partners themselves are also helping to do their part as well. So I appreciate that. As you know, Toronto Centre is a difficult ward, it's a dynamic ward. We do have a housing crisis on the streets of Toronto, in the downtown core. We have an opioid crisis. There's many things happening. But it's also, too, it also has the financial district in it, right? Where people come and help keep this city going. So again, historically, a lot has happened here in the ward that actually helps people in Scarborough and Etobicoke and elsewhere overall. But it's time to actually spread the wealth a little bit. Yes, it's hard, no doubt indeed. But you know what though? Working with our partners and city staff, we could actually make it work. We have best practices in place, thanks to the people of Toronto Centre, that can assist you in helping with the challenges that you're facing. So I do believe that if you stick with it, things will get better. And at the end of the day, we're helping those among us that are most vulnerable, right? And we have to help our neighbors who are having difficulty with the changes that are taking place to come on board and to help those new residents that are in their communities. So again, we are in a housing crisis, all hands on deck. We all need to do our parts, including those in Councillor Mantis' ward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval to speak.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I want to thank Councillor Mantis for reaching out to other councillors within Scarborough that had and shared concerns that committee regarding the impact from Delta in our communities. And as Councillor McKelvey shared, within our social communities, sport communities, we've seen tremendous concern with accessible hotel space for teams that are coming all over Ontario, and even many families in our communities have expressed concern because the reality in Scarborough, there isn't a nice hotel where people can stay at. So there is a specific context to why Delta is being asked for a prioritization because of the concerns both socially for those unhoused people there. Councillors will know 2 nights ago there was an unfortunate stabbing that speaks to the need to review how we support those with the unhoused with certain special support services that you can't deliver in a very highly dense space that is, nearly 400 people. So the motion before you, fully supportive of, and appreciate the support from staff, Mayor, the Mayor's office for facilitating a tough conversation that acknowledges the unique context that many of our communities face in regard to the challenges with Delta. So I wanted to extend my appreciation for all the stakeholders that brought together this motion, and hoping to see this through and be able to address an important community need, not just in the immediate, but in the lead up to FIFA, but also for many communities that are looking to revive the economic and social impact that comes from having a space like the Delta Hotel in Scarborough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I think that what we're hearing today from all of our colleagues is that we have a good news story here today. We all agree that we want to get out of very expensive shelter hotel contracts. We want to get out of shelter hotels that are too big to service. We agree that we want to build out a robust community-serving response, particularly with refugees, that builds on history, decades of doing that work. And we want to build out a shelter system that's responsive to people, that works, where people can get the supports that they need. But above all, we want to get out of the business of shelter by building more affordable housing. We all agree around this. I think what's really important to remember is that when you are in Toronto, no matter what condition you're in, you are a constituent. You are a constituent of all of ours. And so people aren't landing from anywhere. We're actually just responding to the need that exists in this community. It's a terrible need. We've never had the scale of homelessness in this city. We've never had the pressure of unsupported, until now, asylum seekers at the same time. And we see that every day in the growth in encampments. We see that every day on the subway and in libraries. So we have an obligation, because no matter who you are, you're a constituent of ours. And we have this point of agreement that we need to make sure that communities are getting the supports that they need so that they can interact in a good way with people who are in the shelter hotels, and that people who are within the shelter hotels and in any shelter are getting the case management, the health support that they need. I want to recognize, in the words of Councillor Thompson and Councillor McKelvey, a really important lesson about how you actually meet the needs of your new constituents, that it takes work. We work for everybody, no matter who they are. And the care that I saw when Councillor McKelvey invited me to her meeting in East Scarborough, and yes, I did take the dedicated bus lanes, which were awesome, is just to see how there's the interface with healthcare, the interface with multidisciplinary teams, that in fact the police are saying we need multidisciplinary teams to work with us so that we can actually meet people's needs where they are. It's a whole approach that's really crucial. But what's before us today in this report is what gets us to the place that people are saying they want to go. Yes, we want value for money. Yes, we want to save money. Yes, we want to support people. And we want to get out of the business of this scale of shelter. What we're proposing in this capital plan is that we actually build shelters that can be modular in the sense of they can become housing. We can transition out of a situation that people are saying is intolerable, and we all agree on that. And for that, I am happy because there's consensus. But to get to that place, we need to go through this step. And this step is important. It represents an enormous amount of work on behalf of Toronto Shelter and Corporate Real Estate Management, of getting a good value for money, responsive, forward-looking, respite period, shall we say, grace period, so that we can build out what's needed while we wind down what isn't working. There isn't a single shelter advocate who's come to us who says, this is what we want in these massive hotels. The residents are concerned within the hotel and people in the neighborhood. Great. This is the plan that you have before us. I am going to support Councillor Mantis' motion, and there was a huge amount of collaboration. I really want to thank Gord Tanner, the General Manager of Toronto Shelter, for flexibility in working with us, the Mayor's Office, Councillor McKelvey for coming alongside Councillor Myers and anyone else who contributed. Councillor Perruzza's motion has the effect of undoing the very thing that we say we want to do. So I think that we have to think very carefully about what we're saying here today. Putting potentially thousands of people on the street to kind of figure out later how we're going to shelter them is irresponsible. It's going to end up with more people forced to live in encampments on the street. And the worst part is it's going to cost the city a lot of money. We're going to be on the hook for renovations. We're going to be on the hook for contracts. I don't think anybody wants to walk out of this meeting today costing people more and doing less.
Thank you. Last speaker, Mayor Chow.
March 2020, pandemic, COVID hits. At that time, many of you are on council, you had 5,070 homeless people in the shelter. But you can't have them so close to each other because they infect each other. So what is the choice? Instead of throwing them out on the street, closing the shelter, you did the right thing. You had no choice. You said, well, we had to find some place to give them space so that they're safe, so they won't get infected, so they don't die. So you rented big, expensive hotels. And you know it was supposed to be short-term. And as the pandemic become under control, you want to phase out and then these expensive hotel spaces. You don't need them anymore, except, and city, year after year, because a caring group here of councillors, year after year, you said, okay, we'll phase them out. And you put more money into the shelter system, believing that you could do it. And the price of that hotel just keep going up. But you're stuck, right? We're stuck as city service. You can't put 2,000, 3,000 people on the street. We can't do that. Already the shelters are full. Parks are full of people. They're in ravines. And then as we are about to transition, guess what? The refugees number at the time in March 2020 was 2,329. Okay? You know what it is today? Today in February, I got the latest number. You know how many refugees are now in our system? 6,000. How are you going to be able to transfer and do that transition smoothly? That's why we're stuck. We're opening warming center, better living center, CISO community centers, warming centers. And some people are sleeping while they are sitting because there's no room. So what do we do together collectively? Of course we know for refugees, Matthew House, Romario House, and for shelters, Dixon Hall. The churches stepped up. Pilgrim Feast. There are 3 other churches. They stepped up. They almost bankrupt themselves. They volunteered. They put in their own money to help us out. Yes, we need to do the transition. We need to do it in an orderly way. We need to do it in a way that ultimately, yes, get people off those awful, like a huge number of people in a hotel. It just doesn't make sense. Does not make sense. So we need to transition them out, get them to smaller places, give them the independence they need, but also the support service so they want to cook for themselves. So there's a sense of community, because you can never get back on your feet all by yourself if you're addicted, if you know any number of other barriers, other difficulties. And we need to do the wraparound service for all of these folks. Not all of them need it. A certain percentage of them need it. We can provide them. So in this budget that we're going to be voting on next week, we are actually putting in quite a bit of money into shelter housing system. And we are actually putting money into building supportive housing with the help of provincial and federal government. When I went to Premier Ford, I said, we need help in shelters. And he came through the New Deal. There are extra funds. Because he understood. They understood our problem. You can see it on the street. And then the federal government last week on Friday came up and said, yes, we will support you, which is great. So it's all now built into our budget. So also on top of it, here's one piece of good news for Councillor Mentis. Some of the refugees and the homeless people are going through the Canada-Ontario housing benefits. Because remember in July, when I first got here, we collectively said we will put in a bit of money and cost share by the Ontario government. 2,000 households have now moved into those homes. A lot cheaper. But they are cooking their meals, they are independent, they have a permanent place that they rent. We provide a bit of support. And that sense of independence, I tell you, is so important. They don't want to rely on us. They don't want to live in a shelter. They want to find their own place. We need to get them there. And I know collectively we can. And thank you, Councillor Mentos. I know it's tough. I know there are other councillors that have big hotels in their ward. It's tough. It's really tough because you should not put all these folks into one place. But you had no choice. We had no choice. So to those councillors that have been here prior, before the last election, thank you for taking the right, doing the right thing at the time. And for all the new councillors and all the folks that are helping each other out, we are showing that we are a caring city. We are going to hopefully get on top of it and do the transition. And Councillor Mentor's motion is good. It took a lot of work from many different people, being flexible. And we are showing what we do best. Compromising, working together, and getting good results. So this is a good motion. Let's do this. And other levels of government, just on the notes, the Minister of Immigration said that he is working hard to lower the number of refugees claimants coming to Canada, in fact. So hopefully, I would have better news that you would see a decline, and it wouldn't be 6,000 keep rising. From 2,000 to 6,000, you can imagine the dramatic rise. So I thought I should give a bit of a background on how we got here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members of Council. Councillor Pruitt's a point of order.
To my motion, I would like to have Clause 1 and Clause 2 voted on independently. So I'm in your hands as to how you want to do that. Do you want to go into into private for a few minutes, vote on them, and then come
No,
back
well,
out?
I think Councillor Perruzza, that's up to council. So, if,
Well, I think that councillors should have an opportunity to know
well,
what they're
I
voting
understand,
for.
but it's
Yeah.
up to council to make that decision, Councillor Perruzza. So Councillor Perruzza would like, for his motion, he wants to go in camera because he wants members of council to see the confidential motion to be voted on camera and then come back to public. So we'll put the motion on the screen by Councillor Perruzza. It's up to council to decide if that's what you want to do. This is for Councillor Perruzza's motion. Yes, yes. Okay, recorded vote. Okay, just a sec. I want to make it very clear. Hold on, Councillor Carroll. Okay, Councillor Perruzza wants to go in camera about his motion that's confidential because councillors haven't seen this motion. He wants to go in camera so you can vote on it in camera. And that's what, no, hold on. Yes. Okay, Councillor Carroll, point of order.
If we are going in camera, is it your advice that we should move an in-camera motion and that we should be able to have a speakers list on said motion in camera?
Yes.
That's my question and point of order. Because that's a different vote for me. I'm quite happy to do that.
No, hold on. The motion, the motion is, should we go in camera for Councillor Perruzza to discuss his, to vote on his motion? Well, we can't do it now. We're going to have to take this vote at the end of the day if we go in camera. So there's the motion on the screen, recorded vote. Recorded vote. Well, not now. It's 20 after 12. We're not going to do that now. So we'll have to do it later on in the day. Well, that's why I'm trying to get us to vote. Okay. Yeah. Recorded vote. Pardon? I know, but let's just take a vote to see if members... We're not in closed session now. Okay, recorded vote. I'm trying to get that vote. Please, recorded vote.
Mayor Chow, please. Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Matlow, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative? Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Cheng, how do you vote, please? In the negative. Thank you. Speaker, the motion to resolve into committee in closed session does not carry. The vote is 8-17.
Thank you. All right. So I think, would we have time to vote on the item before lunch? Okay. Let's put the motions on the screen. Let's put the motions on the screen. Councillor Holyday? Just one sec. Councillor Holyday?
On point of order,
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Holyday has the floor. Councillor Holyday?
I wondered if you could provide guidance, because this is somewhat unique. I believe the councillor suggested that his clauses could be voted separately. Are we able to do that outside of going in camera?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, so can we put the motions on the screen? No, Councillor Perruzza, that's what we just said. We just said yes. Well, maybe we have to do this after lunch. I don't think, well, okay. Can you please put the motion? That's right, yeah. Okay, there's,
Madam Speaker, if I may be permitted to give some advice to council.
sure.
What's been proposed is that the two parts of the confidential attachment be voted on separately.
Correct.
We cannot display those in the room because they are confidential instructions. My advice to you, Madam Speaker, is you call each one in succession. Part 1 of the confidential attachment, followed by Part 2 of the confidential attachment.
So part 1, voting on part 1. On favor? Oh, recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Bradford. Part 1 of confidential attachment to motion 3 does not carry. The vote is 2 to 23.
Part 2. Recorded vote.
Part 2 of the confidential attachment to motion 3 does not carry. The vote is 2 to 23.
No, we do have Councillor Mantis' motion, don't we? Yeah.
Madam Speaker, can I have a recorded vote?
Yeah, I know, we're not there yet. Okay, Councillor Mantis' motion is on the screen, recorded vote.
Motion 1 carries. The vote is 23 to 2.
Okay. So Councillor Moyes wants to reopen the item because he voted incorrectly. Moved by Councillor Ainsley. All in favor, show of hands carried. Let's vote again on Councillor Manta's motion.
Just stand by, members, while we prepare the revote. Motion 1 is adopted. The vote is 24 to 1.
Our next motion. Councillor Thompson, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McKelvey, please. Motion 2 is adopted unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, now, the remainder of the item is that we vote on the item, as but Councillor Crisanti has asked for a separate vote on Part 1. So we'll vote on that first, and then we'll vote on the balance of the item. Okay, so we'll put Part 1. So there we are, it's Part 1. Councillor Crisanti wants that voted on separately, recorded vote. Councillor Pasternak, we're in the middle of a vote. I know, but you have to be at your seat when we're voting.
Madam Speaker, Part 1, item is amended. Part 1 carries. The vote is 21 to 4.
Okay. So now the balance of the item. Recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. The balance of the item, as amended, carries. The vote is 23 to 2.
Okay, members, we'll recess now to 2 o'clock. Have a nice lunch.
Two. Phones? Two. Two. Hey. 2, 2, 2, 2.
Okay, if I can have members of council to please take their seats. Thank you. This meeting is now resumed. If I can have members to please take their seats. Councillor Pasternak, can you please take your seat so we can start? Okay, well, just a sec. We haven't started the meeting and you have a point of order. Okay. All right. Members, this meeting is now resumed. Councillor Cole, you have a point of order?
Yeah, in honor of Councillor Chang's motion about Lunar New Year, I have brought in the world's best bagels from Greif's Bakery on Bathurst Street and some of their cream cheese. So help yourself, celebrate Lunar New Year with the world's best bagel from Greif's Bakery. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members of council, before we start the member motion run through, I will take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. So if you have any release of holds, you can put your name on the list. Councillor Candeville.
I'd like to quick release and move the motion with an amendment for SC 10.13, 150 Clonmore Drive.
Okay. And so you're releasing SC 10.13, 150?
With the amendment?
With the amendment. So we can put the amendment on the screen?
To members, it's a technical amendment that we at SCC forgot to pass alongside these are the staff recommendations.
Okay. So on the amendment, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item as amended, on favor, carried. Okay. Do we have, yeah. Okay. And Councillor Candeville, do you have any more that you want to release?
No.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to stop. Okay. Councillor Robinson, quick release.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just having trouble hearing the City Council, the audio. Okay, I've got two. The first one is CC 14.5. It's 2-20 Glazebrook Avenue Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application, OLT, request for directions. And I just want to release that and thank BARA, the Local Residents Association. I have a motion that's been ready since yesterday afternoon, and it's obviously confidential because it's regarding a development application. But I'd like to move that motion, please.
Okay, thank you. So on CC 14.5, Councillor Robinson is releasing the amendment that's on the screen. On favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended. All in favor, carried. Do you have another one, Councillor Robinson?
I do. PH 9.9, it's regarding the Midtown zoning review, and I would just like to release that and vote against it, please, in a recorded vote.
Okay, that's PH 9.1.
Correct.
Okay, so on PH 9.1, Councillor Robinson is releasing. She would like a recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Crisanti, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative, thank you. Speaker. The item carries. The vote is 24 to 1.
Thank you. Okay, are there any further releases? Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. CC 14.7, 1265 Wilson Avenue. I've spoken to staff and had my questions answered. I can release that now.
Okay, on CC 14.7, 1265 Wilson, Councillor Pasternak is releasing. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. I guess that's it for the quick releases. Members, we will now do the member motion run-through. And the city clerk has advised that the financial impact summary sheet for member motions MM 14.1, MM 14.17 has been posted with agenda item RM 14.7 review of the order paper. So we will now go through the members' motions. MM 14.1. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed if any, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 14.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed if any, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 14.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed if any, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 14.4. On what? Okay, are you talking about MM 14.4? Oh, okay. So, hold on, let me just get to it first. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Cheng, please, and thank you. Speaker, the motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 11 to 15.
Okay, so that will go to committee. MM 14.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 14.6. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 14.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 14.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Pasternak, you want to hold the item? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay. MM 14.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, Councillor
hold
Bradford.
that?
You want to hold it? Okay,
Yeah.
Councillor Bradford is holding the item. The sun is out, there's no snow. MM 14.10. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 14.11. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 14.12. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 14.13. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair, and a revised member motion was posted on February the 7th. So all in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 14.14. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Okay, so on the notice, on favor, and on the referral, recorded vote. Okay.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The two-thirds majority has not been met. The vote is 14 to 12.
Amendment 14.15. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Opposed, if any, carried. Amendment 14.16. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. Councillor Bradford, I understand the next member's motion, which is MM 14.17, that you have a conflict, so would you like to declare it?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. This was just flagged for me by the local councillor, so I appreciate that. My partner is a planner on this file, so I will leave and submit the paperwork to clerks momentarily. Thanks.
Okay. So we have a well, I need a recorded vote on the item. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 25 in favor. Madam Speaker, members may need to refresh their screen to clear the vote result that was just displayed.
Okay. Okay, so members of council, we are now going back to the item EX 11.10 and IE 10.7, which is the Toronto Police Services Board response and as well Highway 401 overpass safety. So we do have the police services here to answer the questions, and Councillor Fletcher, I believe that you were on the floor to ask questions. Let's just put the list up. No, I don't have it here. How do I? Okay. Councillor Fletcher. Questions?
Got our wires crossed yesterday that I wanted to ask questions, and the speaker closed the meeting down before I had a chance. So here you are. Thanks so much. I understand yesterday when you were answering the questions, there were 50 arrests and 137 charges. That's what I heard as far as the statistics are concerned. How many charges, how many of those charges and how many individuals were charged with hate speech, where charges were approved by the Attorney General? Because I understand that those have to be approved by the AG, right? So of all those charges and individuals, how many are we speaking about, please?
Good afternoon, Superintendent Kathy Stevenson.
Thank you.
From yesterday. So to answer to your question, we have not laid any hate speech charges at this time.
So for the, just to be clear on what the process is, you can't lay the charge, there's arrests, and you've had, it says 130 charges laid, but they weren't actually laid because the AG has to actually approve of laying them, correct?
So I think what's important here is the distinction of the difference between hate propaganda, which in the criminal code is clearly stated, and there's 4 charges of hate propaganda that's related to hate speech. And then there is a provision, 718.2 in the criminal code, that is a sentencing provision. And that is when there is a crime that could be assault, it could be a mischief and utter threats, and there is evidence to suggest that it was motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate. And then upon the conviction of a criminal charge, then that evidence of motive goes towards sentencing. And it's an aggravating factor taken into consideration by the judge.
But just to be clear, by the judge, for the crimes that we're speaking about as a hate crime or hate speech, you've laid charges, but the AG hasn't said, yes, we're proceeding with that.
So the charges that I'm referring to are criminal offenses that were committed that we suspect to be motivated by hate. None of the charges that I have spoken to are related to hate speech that requires AG consent.
So they're not, okay. Confusing, you'd agree?
The criminal code addresses hate crime in 2 ways. One being under hate propaganda, which there's 4 charges: willful promotion of hatred, willful promotion of anti-Semitism, advocating genocide, and then a 4th charge, which is public incitement of hatred.
So 4 charges.
4
so
charges.
far. Okay, since October 7th.
And we have laid, sorry, just a correction, we have laid 1 charge of public incitement of hatred.
1 charge. Okay, thank you. From the 50 arrests, 130 charges. And then I just want to ask about the highway, or the 401, and there is just a little bit of confusion that were those powers that you used to say that under the Trespass Act, or was it through the city, through the power delegated to the general manager who can close a road? Or say what you can and can't do on a road in the city?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Are you looking for the authority to close a road?
Yes, I'm looking for the protests. There's powers listed in the report, the Trespass Act, which is the municipal code, or the city general manager can say no to using that road. I'm wondering what authority that was.
We would normally rely on the Highway Traffic Act likely Section 134 to direct traffic on a roadway. I don't believe the Trespass to Property Act applies to a roadway.
And I understand that's partly due to the distraction and worried about motorists. Is that what you're worried about?
Well, the overall public safety considerations, that's one of them, but there's a constellation of factors that could determine whether or not a particular circumstance, whether it's on an overpass, any overpass, or anywhere in the city for that matter, determination would have to be made on the day of as to what factors were in consideration. So it doesn't apply specifically to that one element.
So I guess we're calling that, so it's not so much about distraction of the drivers, but more about the concern related to community safety in the local neighborhood for the, no, can't be on the.
Well, distraction to drivers, respectfully, distraction to drivers is one of the elements that we would take into consideration in the overall public safety context. But certainly on an overpass, we're concerned about, obviously, distraction to drivers on the overpass roadway itself. But when we're talking about a high-speed expressway, whether it's the 401, the Gardner Expressway, the Don Valley Parkway, obviously there are elevated concerns for safety on an overpass, in particular, if there are other aggravating factors, for instance, footing, weather, wind, if there's flags present, banners present, and most significantly, if there's potential for a counter-protest, because the last thing we want to have to deal with is a violent counter-protest on an overpass just for obvious reasons. The fact that we have people combating each other over a high-speed expressway, that would be obviously an aggravated concern.
Thank you.
Okay, that was your last question. Are there any further questions at this time before we close all the questions? Any questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much. We will now go to speakers. Councillor Crisanti to speak.
Okay. Just a moment, Speaker.
Go ahead.
I will. Okay. So, thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank our Toronto Police Service for coming in today as well, and thank staff for this report, keeping Toronto safe, and you know, to speak very, very precisely about the importance of keeping our city safe. So, Speaker, just a couple of stats I want to share with you. Since January 1st of this year, here are some incidents of crime that we've experienced. A 28-year-old man in Midtown was identified as the city's first homicide victim of the year on January 2nd. 3 shootings took place within an hour in the city's West End bus shelter near Grand Ravine Drive and Jane Street, Dixon Road and Kipling Avenue, Albion Road, and Armel Court. These 2 locations are in my ward. There was a shooting at Bloor and Lansdowne that left 1 person dead. North York drive-by shooting in Don Mills just 3 days ago. Shooting at Kipling and Kidron Valley just yesterday. Shooting again, Dufferin and Eglinton Avenue, again just yesterday on February 6th. Madam Speaker, hate crimes occurrences in 2023.
Okay, Councillor Crisanti, if
Yes.
you can just please speak on the item which is
hate crime. I'm
yeah,
correct.
hate crime,
And I'm doing that right now.
You're talking about the shootings, so that is not.
Okay.
Okay?
Hate crime, here we go, occurrences in 2023 increased by 42%, and public demonstrations, which include flag waving and carrying large banners across high-traffic intersections, can be incredibly dangerous, as we know. And some of these protests, particularly those that occupy overpasses, pose a serious threat to public safety. People have the right to peacefully protest. They have the right to freely express their point of view, but it must be done in a peaceful and orderly manner. The financial impact of responding to the hundreds of demonstrations and hate crime incidents have a significant cost to the Toronto Police Service to the tune of about $8 million. Beyond the financial pressures of our police force, every time we deploy hundreds of officers, we are also taking them away from their other duties. As pointed out, the hate crime unit has now increased to a complement of about 32 officers from the original 6 members that it started with a number of months ago. These officers have been taken away from their responsibilities. So it's no secret that these protests can be dangerous for all involved, and they have the ability as well to go sideways very, very quickly. An example, for instance, this summer in Councillor Bravo's ward during the Festival of Eritrea, a counter-protest occurred resulting in multiple injuries and required a heavy police presence to gain control of the area. So we rely on our police service to maintain social order and keep our streets safe and ensure the rule of law is upheld. Even in the presence of city bylaw officers, the TPS is routinely called to the scene because it is the police who have the full ability to enforce safety and manage crowds effectively. Given the rise of hate crimes, it is critical to ensure that we have the resources, tools, and always be on the ready. So, Speaker, I'm just going to end by saying this, which I've said before a number of times, and I'll say it again. It would be negligent not to support our Toronto Police financially with the modest ask that they requested for their budget and the reinstatement of $12.6 million back to the Toronto Police budget.
Councillor Crisanti,
thank you.
Again, that's a discussion for next week.
Well, it's a good way to end given what's happened.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Morley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleagues for their leadership on this important issue. As we acknowledge United Nations World Interfaith Harmony Week, as well as celebrate Black History Month, I think it's really important for us to also acknowledge the value, impact, and importance of protests in our society. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the protesters who have peacefully exercised their right to assemble, raising their voices to advocate for justice within the boundaries of the law. Our democracy thrives on the voices of its people and encourages us as public servants to listen, learn, and work towards addressing the concerns of our community. I wish to convey that the resonating voices of these peaceful protesters have not escaped my attention. There have been over 300 protests, as we know, in the streets of Toronto. And I want to recognize the Toronto Police Service for their important work during these challenging times and their commitment to the safety of all Torontonians. While we may not always agree, the spirit of democracy is built upon the foundation of respectful dialogue and the exchange of diverse perspectives. As we move forward, let us remember our shared commitment to unity, peace, and freedom. Thank you so much.
Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. It was, it was advance circulated. City Council direct the city manager to develop a policy framework for the management and monitoring of rallies and protests, ensuring alignment with the city's human rights and anti-harassment policy. This has nothing to do with the Middle East. This has nothing to do with the various protests that take place across our city. This has nothing to do with ideology. As I mentioned in my comments yesterday, I went for a walk, Nathan Phelps Square. The square was empty, and then I went out to Queen Street. The road was blocked by a transport truck with a speaker system, and a rally was held right in the middle of Queen Street. It had nothing to do with the Middle East. It was a labor dispute between hospital workers and, I believe, the Ministry of Health. And I asked myself, why on earth, with the square empty, would they be setting up right in the middle of the street? The City of Toronto rallies and protest policy stretches all of about 75 words. It does not clearly set rules or does not clearly give guidelines or help organizations to mobilize in a peaceful and respectful way. And this is the way that we have to go forward. My suggestion, a way to go forward, is create some guidelines so that various groups that do take to the streets have the rules and respect for other groups. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Chief Demkew, Police Services, for the handling of the most difficult situation over the last months with over 300 protests. They've worked under the most difficult of circumstances, trying to keep public order, while also calling to protect communities, roadways, infrastructure, and private businesses across our city. It's important to remember that the reason Toronto is the most diverse city in the world is that we welcome the world. People come here to escape conflict zones and to start fresh. They come here to escape hate, to live in security and peace, to raise a family, to go about their daily lives without harassment and intimidation. I think it's important to realize that while we must protect the right to peaceful assembly, we also must work to protect store owners, individual citizens. We have a report in front of us about some of the actions taken on a 401 overpass. I have seen the videos from those various events, and the sole purpose of them is to distract drivers driving 100 and 130 kilometers an hour, distract them to their cause, which I wouldn't be surprised if it one day led to a catastrophic accident. I thank Police Services for their leadership on this issue. I'm not going to go into a lot of details. I don't want to make this a Middle East issue. I don't want to make this an issue over the preceding months. We all respect peaceful assembly, but we also understand that everybody has to go about their daily lives in peace and security, because that's what Toronto is all about. This is a policy vacuum, and we have to fill it, and that is our job at City Council, to fill a policy vacuum. There is very little clarity on the rules governing protests and rallies. The only requirement here is to complete the Toronto Police Notice of Demonstration, which apparently many groups do not complete. So what we're asking here is some guidelines. Certainly when you come to using some of our public squares, there is a manual, City Toronto manual, particularly for North Nathan Phillips Square, which goes through some of the guidelines on how you use the square in a peaceful and respectful way. Remember, just because permits are not required doesn't mean bylaws and laws don't have to be followed. So I'll leave it with that, and I count on your support.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Carroll, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. Yes, Madam Speaker. Just a quick question of clarification, because I don't disagree with the sentiment at all. There may well be a vacuum. Just a little concerned about the word monitoring, because this asks for a policy framework from the City Public Service, but I'm wondering what you mean by monitoring, because it sounds a little like we're veering into policing, because that's not really the work that that you want to get deeply into on the city side. What actually was your intention in the motion, that they work together on this?
Well, we were looking for an alternative word to regulate, so we picked monitoring because it is the responsibility of city staff to keep their eye on things across the city, whether it's a park permit or whether it's a street permit, a street closure permit. Certainly, in my ward, we host two very large Filipino events, as well as the Jewish community event. City staff are always looking at the numbers, the rerouting of TTC, EMS, all kinds of other variables that make up a safe gathering. So they have to keep their eye on that.
So, but you're okay in creating a policy framework that if you want it on the city side, from the City Public Service, that the city manager would then be free to interpret it within his jurisdiction, interpret that word and
absolutely.
act accordingly.
The goal here is to
give
it to the city manager and come back with something by the end of the year.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yes, 3, Madam Speaker. You know, your motion speaks to rallies and protests specifically. Don't you believe that the policy is vague for a reason, in that it's mindful around our charter rights, which is a federal, which is federal, and also to perhaps not restricting the police to do their work effectively. I feel this may do more harm than good.
Well, there's nothing in here that, that diminishes individuals' rights or groups' rights to peaceful assembly, and the Constitution does use the term peaceful assembly. At the same time, what we have before us in our policy is just totally inadequate for a complex city like that. We've certainly seen in recent months the debate over what constitutes peaceful assembly, and that I think groups want some guidelines on how to organize their events in a safe and responsible way.
But again, you know, it's like you said, these are complex issues, a complex city, and we're trying to put policies around a complex issue, and every issue is different. So again, the way it is framed now, don't you feel that the police and the city and other levels of government can work together to deal with issues as they happen, rather than saying this is the way it should be?
No, I don't think they'll come back with a hard, fast, enforceable policy. It may be, I mean, for people who rent out Nathan Phillips Square, there is a 17-page manual that gives some guidelines. The bylaws and, of course, the various statutes are always enforced, whether it be the Highway Traffic Act, whether it be noise bylaws. Those are enforced whether you have a permit or not. And this is really guiding principles so that we can better help different organizers of rallies and protests to ensure that they have their event, but also are respectful of the wider community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I'm just not clear what's not working right now, but I will ask you if you remember a number of spontaneous, large activities that have taken place. There was a large event when Tamil community went on the Gardner, and that was handled so carefully back in, I can't remember the 1991, something in, I don't know, 2011, 2012. It was a massive shutdown. What year was it, Parthy? 2010. Nine. Big shutdown of the Gardner. It was handled very well by Toronto Police. Then Chief just managed to get everybody off of there, but that is something that doesn't work within what rules you're trying to tighten everything up and batten down all those hatches. I remember in 1989 when all of the women were murdered in Quebec, there was a massive rally at Nathan Phillips Square. Nobody had a permit, nobody had anything. They came out to cry and be upset. That happens a lot. I'm not sure that your motion recognizes that, and it would seem to me, I know you won't agree, it's a motion in search of a problem. Would you, probably don't agree with that
I'm sure you've seen the images over the last 3-4 months where helping groups understand the rules. Going onto the Gardner is totally illegal. It's dangerous. It's been done recently, as well as it was done with the Tamils.
Yes.
And I think groups have to know that blocking arterial roadways or expressways is totally illegal.
And I guess, thank you, it is illegal, and they do know it's illegal. And now police are saying you can't go there anymore, so I don't know why you're having our city manager write a new report. And that when times that we're in Canada, people get very concerned about things. Would you agree we have the right to freedom of assembly in our country? Yes or no?
Peaceful assembly, yes.
But we have the right to assembly. What you might consider peaceful and I might consider peaceful might be two different things, with screaming, waving, blaring of
Okay,
whatever.
your question,
Correct?
please, Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, I mean, the Constitution,
the
Constitution clearly says peaceful assembly. It's up to the courts to decide how that's defined.
Well,
But
not the city manager.
The current policy is one sentence long. It's totally inadequate for a city of 3 million.
Okay,
I'd say, what, am I finished with
No,
my
you have
questions?
another question.
So you're saying that this has been in effect for so long, worked so well, and now you want the city manager to go in and come back with something because you're upset that wasn't peaceful. And I might think it's not really that bad, but you think it's not, you think it's quite bad.
As I said, I told you the story. This is the third time I'm going to repeat it. I went out for a walk yesterday. I went through Nathan Phillips Square, which was totally empty, and Queen Street was blocked by a flatbed truck with a speaker system and crowds blocking it with police all over the place. It was a dispute between medical workers and I believe a hospital or the Ministry of Health.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Fletcher, that was it for your question. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Bravo, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Can you restart my time?
Councillor Bravo, question.
Yeah, please restart my time, Speaker.
Okay, please, go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you. Regarding your motion, Councillor Pasternak, you mentioned that you recognize that the Charter enshrines freedom of expression, belief, assembly, and association, and that you said that it's up to the courts to determine it. Are you aware that in 2011 in R.V. Putty, the court ruled that under that Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Review Director report on the G20, that the court has, this is an area of settled law.
Madam Speaker, I failed to see how that's clarification of the motion.
Councillor Bravo, you are to ask the councillor.
Everyone else got a chance to ask a lot of
clarification of the motion.
Yeah, well, I'm asking if he's aware that this is an area of settled law, and that, are you aware that our rules have to comply with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which sets out very specifically.
Yes, I trust our professional staff and the city manager to come back with something that complies with court rules.
But are you aware then that
I'm aware that I trust the city manager and our chief lawyer.
Let me ask you a different question.
Okay, come on, Councillor Bravo, please, clarification of the motion, no debate.
No, let me answer.
Yes.
Councillor Bravo, I trust our city manager and our chief lawyer and the legal department, which has constitutional expertise, to come back with proposals or recommendations that comply.
The definition of what is intolerable over time changes. In the early 90s, I went to a protest outside of the home of Ernst Sundell, the largest publisher of Holocaust-denying materials in the world, who lived in Toronto. At the time, there were 300 officers.
Okay, Councillor Bravo.
Would you agree that that was it was not acceptable at the time, but it was right to do?
Okay, that's enough. It's clarification of the motion. Councillor Pasternak. Okay, that's it.
I trust our staff to come back.
Hold on, Councillor Pasternak. You have one more question to your motion. Councillor Perks. Clarification of the motion, not to talk about history. Okay. Clarification of the motion.
Thank you. Given that this is a criminal code matter and that City of Toronto enforcement staff don't have authority to enforce the criminal code, what possible value is there in the city developing this policy?
Actually, most of the problems when it comes to rallies or protests are by law enforcement, not criminal code.
Right, and bylaw enforcement officers do not have the authority to enforce the criminal code or interpret the criminal code. So again, what possible value does this motion have?
Well, first of all, I'll repeat, it's bylaw enforcement that are the main issues when it comes to making sure rallies are safe in our city. At the same time, I respect our city staff, our chief lawyer, and we have a constitutional team within our legal department to come back with responsible recommendations.
So given that you have said to me that the issues are safety, so for example, making sure that, children don't run out into traffic or something like that, or that our noise bylaw is being adhered to, I take it that you don't expect the city to come forward with any kind of policy that puts a limitation on speech based on criminal code matters. Is that the intention of your motion to?
Well, our staff are professionals, and they understand the balance between freedom of speech and rightful, peaceful assembly. And I trust them to come back with a policy or recommendations that strikes that balance. So we all know in the Constitution.
So you are asking city staff to weigh in on using city tools to enforce the criminal code? Is that what you're attempting to do?
For the third time, Councillor Perks, most of the problems with rallies and protests are by law enforcement, not criminal code.
Okay, maybe this question will clarify it. Which is it you want? Do you want city staff to weigh in on criminal code matters, or do you want them to weigh in on bylaw enforcement?
Well, it's up to them, to the direction they want to go. I've been here for 14 years, and I've seen city staff come back with recommendations that explain the difference between the criminal code issues and the bylaw enforcement issues. I trust them to strike that balance this time as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Through you, Speaker. I think that it's challenging because we've combined two reports here, but I want to start by saying that what we heard today was that there were 338 reports of hate, 150 arrests, but only one charge. So I think that one thing that we can say to the people of Toronto is that the reported explosion in hate crimes is actually not as bad as reported, and then therefore we can bring people comfort, because frightening people unnecessarily is not fair. Only one of these instances met the criminal code definition of hate, and that's really important. I also want to say that history does matter here, because what was considered unacceptable over time has changed. Some of us in the 80s, including myself, were participating in anti-apartheid actions. At times that was considered vexatious, and even, stickering produce at the store. This is made in South Africa. That was not allowed under the law, but it made a difference and it mattered. As I mentioned and I shared for myself, I was horrified to see that the largest, most prolific Holocaust-denying publisher in the world lived in Toronto, Ernst Sundell. So myself, with many other young people and people that believe that anti-Semitism is horrific and genocide denial is horrific, Holocaust denial is horrific, we went out there on the street in front of Sundell's house and we protested. And there were about 300 officers that day, and some of my friends got arrested. When Gary Shipper was running the Heritage Front, some of us went and we did direct action because we couldn't allow for that to grow. Some of you might remember that in June of 1993, 3 different people were attacked. The first one was hurt. He was working in a kitchen, and when he came out, neo-Nazis attacked him. The second one was left disabled, and the third one was killed. I was on the street at that time, and that could have been considered problematic. But you know what? As the courts have recognized over and over again, it matters that protest and civil disobedience even has a public utility, because that's how things change. And whether it's labor or Indigenous people, or whether it's the convoy or people that are protesting around the bombing of Gaza, those things have public utility. And the benefit that we have in this country is that they're protected under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Now, we don't have a ton of protections in Canada compared to other countries. For example, the right to housing is not enshrined in the Constitution, unlike other countries, but we do have freedom of expression, association, and assembly. When things are tense between communities, when things are tough, that is when we need those protection most. I don't agree with the message of the convoy, but I will stand to support the right of people to protest as they see fit. And I think that asking staff to stretch and bend when we have a perfectly good set of rules here, a perfectly good bylaw, is a waste of time, and it's politicizing something that doesn't need to be politicized. We just had a ruling from the court that said that using emergency management in relation to the convoy was unconstitutional. Are we going to put our city in a position where we're starting to draft bylaws that are going to be found unconstitutional? This isn't right. We have to be able to say what we feel. Protest, rallies are the ways that things have changed in society, and I'm urging you and begging you not to go down this path. We cannot use city resources to contain and define what we think is acceptable because of momentary interests or partisan interests or points of view. I will defend the right of anybody here to say what they want, however uncomfortable it makes me. Because under the rules, the test is not that I don't like it or it makes me uncomfortable or I perceive it as threatening. Under the charter, it's very specific that my freedom of expression can make you uncomfortable. And we need to make sure that we're protecting that at every turn. Otherwise, we're slipping into the kind of society that I fled, where there was a dictatorship. I did come here, as Councillor Pasternak says, many came, because of a military coup, and I will defend our right to say what we want to say with everything I have, and I hope that you do too.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you. I will be supporting Councillor Pasternak's motion. I think we're missing the point here. We're not saying to people that you don't have the right to protest freedom. Fine, that's great. You can do that. But what the problem that I have and other residents of the city is when you protest and you shut down a highway, you don't allow people to go on the highway, shut down the road, and what about the rights of all the residents that want to get home or want to go on the highway? That's what we're saying. It's, yes, if you want to protest, fine, do it peacefully and get a permit. You know, the BIA, if they want to close down a street to have an event, we have to get a permit. So if they want to protest, apply for a permit, have a peaceful protest in a park or wherever you want to have it. But what I object to is when you go in the middle of the street, shut down the street, you don't allow people to get home, you don't allow people to get on the highway, and you prevent people for their rights to get home. They also have rights as well. And that's what I'm objecting to. And I think we're missing the whole point here. Yes, protest. Do what you want, but don't do it on the backs of people that have to suffer. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is actually, I'm just getting up to sort of clarify a point that Councillor Bravo made that I found a little bit troubling, stating that there were over 300 incidents of hate, but only X number of charges, one charge, and thus the problem wasn't as bad as everyone thinks. It's a ridiculous metric. It's like saying there were 1,000 break-ins, but only 2 people were arrested, so the problem wasn't as bad or isn't as bad as we think. You have to find the suspect. You have to look at all the facts. I get that. But there's a lot more to whether something happened or not reflected necessarily in the number of people charged. I just want to make that very clear. I think basically when 300 people are reporting incidents of hate, I take that on the face of it, just like I take other reports from people who have been victims. The fact that we may not, or the police may not, have been able to find the perpetrators, arrest the perpetrators, that's a secondary issue, and I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis to speak.
Madam Speaker, I just want to add just 2 things. We've all demonstrated in our years, even younger, we've even organized demonstrations. That doesn't mean, though, that we do not demonstrate in a safe way. We have to have safe demonstrations, respect the rule of law, and make sure that everyone is safe and is able to go home. We can't close bridges and we have to make sure that everyone is safe. So I support Councillor Pasternak's motion. I don't believe that there is any intention of stopping demonstrations or stopping people from their right to demonstrate. It's just a matter of how we demonstrate, and we just gotta make sure that everyone is safe. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Many here today are talking about protest as if it were some kind of a leisure activity that has to be polite and contained. This is an absolute misunderstanding of what protest is and how it serves us, and even more importantly, how we come to be in this chamber with the right to debate public policy issues. The British House of Commons, which is frankly the place where the rules that we operate under originate from, has a number of statues outside of them. One of them is Thomas Cromwell, who literally organized a protest that wound up overthrowing the monarchy so that people would have the right to vote, debate, and make their own destiny. Another is Millicent Fawcett, a suffragette. The suffragette movement, just so you know, that won the right for women to vote, was not polite. It was not contained by local bylaws. Lives were lost. Protest isn't something you do merely to be heard. Protest is the way we win the right to be able to be here in this chamber debating these questions. If you undermine the right to protest, you undermine democracy. There is no democracy without the right to protest. That is the most fundamental truth you need to know to be here in this chamber, and if you don't know it, you're a danger to this democracy. Councillor Pasternak has put a motion in front of us, which is similar to a number of motions that he has put in front of us over the years. Time and time again, he has put forward motions asking city staff to come back with some kind of local bylaw or to cut some funding to a group or to remove a permit so that the rights of people to express themselves, to argue for democracy, are undercut by local bylaws. The courts are very clear on this point. It is overreach for local governments, for police forces, for provincial governments to attempt to constrain speech. There is one place you can do that, and that is a criminal code matter about hate speech. And it's very carefully defined that it has to be hate speech against an identifiable protected group. Nothing in what we have seen in Councillor Pasternak's motion advances that agenda, makes those people safer. What it does is send staff again, on a vain effort to use local bylaws to determine who's allowed to speak and who isn't. And we should all be aware that when governments attempt to use tools like this to constrain speech, it is the powerful who benefit and the people without power who lose. The powerful's rights are always protected. It's those who are making an argument that there should be a more equal distribution of power who lose when we constrain speech. This may seem like a trivial exercise, asking for a report, but it is once again, an attempt to use local bylaw regulations to settle a matter that is none of our business.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I won't be supporting the motion, although I think probably it will pass, and I just want to confirm what you've said, Councillor Perks. This isn't the first time, Councillor Pasternak, and I must applaud you for your tenaciousness in this area, because it is constant and continual. The last time being around Pride Parade and taking out the funding for the Pride Parade, and I'm sure our city manager will be reviewing that decision from 2000 and perhaps 12 that said, sorry, we can't say we're denying funds for a parade because somebody's marching in it and we don't like what they have to say. Over and over again, there are many people and I don't like what you have to say. You probably don't like what I have to say many times. I don't like going on the street and hearing people say certain things. I didn't like the convoy marches. I liked many things when I go out on International Women's Day. But we can't just have rules for what we like. There is freedom of speech, freedom of assembly. I want to thank the police for coming today, and I'm sorry they had to come back to say there's a lot of people that feel right now that there's hate and that they're victims and that they need to say something and they're feeling very insecure and upset. But the facts are there's only been a very small number of charges laid under that because the test is very high. It's not just how I feel. And there are so many times when people have had to push the envelope to make social change. I very much understand how people are feeling under siege. I'm very much understanding we're in the middle of a war that is having different opinions in our country and making people feel unsettled, making people feel like victims, making people feel in many different ways. But it's not up to this council to try to have the city manager to write a report to send it in a different direction. I talked about the big Tamil march on the Gardner. If that was to happen again, there's nothing in these rules that would stop that from happening again. There's nothing in these rules that would stop thousands of women from coming to the square if people are simply murdered for being women. It doesn't exist. You can't regulate that. So I think that the city manager, if this passes, is going to have to come back and tell us a few things. No, I can't do this and I can't do that. You might like me to do this, but it's not in my purview. My friends, if that's how you want our city manager to spend his time, to come back one more time and tell us, stay in your lane, then support this motion. Because he's going to have to tell us, stay in your lane. And we have the Civil Liberties Association in Canada. They will come out and say, oh, well, the convoy, sorry, they have the right to do that. We might think that's terrible. But the Supreme Court has said they have, sorry, you can't say it's an emergency because people are blocking your street. And to say they're blocking Queen Street, they had a permit. The negotiations are going on not in my office at City Hall, at the Sheraton. So we need to lower the temperature, including me, I agree, lower the temperature on this conversation and be real. We're trying to fix everything through our motions and get to places we shouldn't try to get to. The end of the world is not happening. We're living in a democratic society. Sometimes I'm uncomfortable with what things are said. If I'm a woman reporter and some guy comes by me and says, you know what they say? I'm not going to say it here, but you know what they say? I actually think that's hate speech. I'm going to blank you up the blank blank. That's hate speech. But we're not going to control it here. It was on the street. Let's tone this down. We've heard from the police. They have it in hand. Nobody's going on the 401. They've got the number of charges underway. They have people working on this. They're calming everybody down in our city around a very difficult time. Let's dial it back. I wish you would withdraw your motion. If you will not, I'm sorry, I can't support one more motion in this vein, Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. May I have my motion put on the screen, please? I would like City Council to recognize that it's the responsibility and the jurisdiction of the police to conduct enforcement at a rally or a protest. And in doing so, we need to recognize that we have to adequately fund the police to do this work. So I asked questions earlier in the debate, actually yesterday.
To investigate 356.
And there's a distinction. Our bylaw officers operate on a day-to-day basis, or sorry, our provincial offense officers, which are often bylaw enforcement officers and others within the city, enforce the city's bylaws. But things change when there's a police presence at something like a rally or a protest. Those police officers are also able to issue tickets as provincial offense officers. So the concern I have with Councillor Pasternak's motion is that it brings enforcement of a rally or a protest back to the City of Toronto government, excluding the police. And so I think we should recognize the difference between the two. And I think this motion can stand whether or not Councillor Pasternak's passes, but I would just be cautious about any inference to bring what is handled by the police into the city government or any suggestion thereof. But if you're going to argue all of that, which I've heard people do, you got to make sure that you're giving adequate resources to the police in order for them to do this work. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, let's, Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Look, unless I'm misreading this, there is no reference to this in this motion that says there's a that there's some kind of a change to people's freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, freedom of protest, place of protest, how you get together, where you get together, who decides to get together, or any of those things. We can sit here and pretend we're in the Parliament of Canada and we're debating one of those amendments in the Charter of Rights. We could do that. Or what we could really do is talk about the motion that's in front of us and the request that's being made. Here's the way I read this motion. There is already a protocol of sorts that deals with protests and assemblies. I don't know what that is. I know that the police are made aware. I know that often the police are there. I don't know at what point you call up an ambulance and on standby. I don't know what other things are provided for in managing assemblies, protests, get-togethers, public meetings. I don't know what that is. Nobody here is talking about, preventing people to be able to get together and speak their minds. But I think, now, from some of the folks that have spoken about not wanting another report, I get that part too. All right, lots of reports, lots of thinking about reports, lots of meetings around reports, lots of sign-off on reports. I get that, right? But we do ask for and get lots of reports. Now, is this one worthy of getting a report on is really the question at hand. You know what? I look at it, and as I think about it, it might not be a bad idea for us to understand how we collectively in our city divisions
collectively deal with assemblies, protests, get-togethers, public meetings, how that is dealt with. And if this ultimately becomes a report on that, that might not be an entirely bad thing, and that might not be an entirely bad, that might not be entirely bad for us to all collectively understand, how the police deal with these things, how, at what level, and what the different changes are to the police dealing with these things, but also how we as a city, in our city divisions, for example, are connected to assemblies and get together and process and so on, and what are some of those supports and some of those services that we might otherwise be either informally providing or in a more formal way provide in order to ensure that people can come together, speak their mind, make their case, advance their agendas, and be able to do it in a way that we all collectively can understand, respect, and participate in. So I don't see this as an anti-speech, anti-assembly motion. It's just something that says, let's think about when these things happen, what our collective roles may or may not be.
Thank you,
in that
Councillor
process.
Perruzza. Thank you.
Yeah.
If we can put the motions on the screen, ready to vote.
Madam Speaker, can we have a recorded vote?
Okay, we're doing IE 10.7 first. Okay. Motion by Councillor Pasternak, we'll put on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, please.
Do you know, for him making those sessions?
The motion carries. The vote is 13 to 11.
Councillor Holliday's motion. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Candeval, please. The motion carries. The vote is 16 to 8.
I'm sorry, Councillor Pasternak, what is it? Which one? How did you vote? Okay, motion to reopen. On favor, carried, okay. Councillor Pasternak, how did you vote on that item? Oh, so you could reopen it, okay. On favor, so let's have another recorded vote.
Members, just stand by while we prepare the vote. Councillor Perks and Councillor Cheng, please. The revote on motion 2 carries. The vote is 18-6.
That item, then the next item is EX 11.10. To receive for information. So Councillor Crescenti, you held the item down. Just move. We're going to move off, move receipt. On favor? Carried. Okay, the item is done. All right. So our next item, EC 9.5, review of the noise bylaw. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Are there questions of staff?
Thank you.
So you don't have any questions on this one?
No, Councillor Sachs does.
Oh, Councillor Sachs, okay. Councillor Sachs, question?
Yes, question for MLS. Just to confirm that you support my motion on this matter. I have a motion that MLS should do a report back on options to better control nighttime noise from private garbage collection. So somebody from MLS there? Okay, there we are.
If I understand the question correctly, we can report back later this year.
Okay, and the wording in the motion was worked out with your team, correct?
That's correct.
And I guess a question for Mr. Kelleher. Mr. Kelleher, do the city public garbage trucks wake people up at night?
Pardon me, Councillor, can you repeat that question?
Do you wake people up at night?
Through the chair to the councillor, I don't wake anyone up at night, but
Maybe your wife.
I wouldn't go there, Councillor.
I don't know. I don't think you snore or anything, do you?
No, not that I know of.
My question was about city garbage trucks, not about Mr. Kelleher's sleeping habits.
Our city garbage trucks, I hope they're not waking anyone up. From a multi-residential collection standpoint, we do not operate nighttime collection with multi-res, but we are out collecting litter bins at night.
All right. And you're aware that there are equipment options that a waste collector could use. Some are more noisy, some are less noisy, such as a steel versus plastic bin. There are less noisy options, correct?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's vote.
Councillor Morley, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to staff for this report. Last year, we noticed a gap in noise data collection where residents were not able to report their concerns about the noise from two-stroke engines at times when the bylaw allowed that noise to happen. I know this is important data collection to all of us as we track and monitor our bylaws. How will the 311 reporting process be improved going forward to ensure we're able to collect data that reflects the full picture of residents' concerns related to noise?
So thank you for the question. We did hear loud and clear from residents that we were not taking information on two-stroke engines. We provided an interim solution whereby they could send an email to MLS feedback. We've received a number of those over the last year. We are working closely with our colleagues in 311 and the police service on a number of improvements. I'll pass it to my colleague Gary York to speak to some of the refinements 311 is doing.
Through the chair, so that we will definitely make sure that we have the service request category established within 311. We'll be able to articulate it, understand the trends and nuances, and then share it with our stakeholders as well.
It's fantastic news. Thank you both so much for that good work. Just have one other question. As I understand, the guidance is that the automated noise radar technology is not yet ready to be reliably deployed in Toronto, despite it has been deployed in some other jurisdictions around the world. What steps have you taken, and what steps are recommended in this item to ensure that we're ready to put that technology in place as soon as it is ready?
So thank you for the question. This council at a previous meeting was a recommendation to send a letter to the province requesting authority for this to be to amend the Highway Traffic Act. So that's for the entire province. So that we have sent that off through our colleagues and clerks. That is with the Ministry of Transport for their consideration. I'm sure they're looking at that with other modifications to the Highway Traffic Act. So we have done what we can from that perspective. This report reinforces the need to have communications at the political level between political councillors and the minister. And with respect to the equipment, we are aware of other pilots that have been done in other cities in Canada. They have not been effective. We want to modernize. We want to go with this. But the technology is not where it needs to be. I will remind council that, for red light cameras and automated speed enforcement, that took a number of years to get up and running. Again, we want to go here, but the technology is not where it needs to be for us to do it and us to do it successfully.
Got it. And we'll take up the call to action on the political discussions as well. Thank you, Mr. Director. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Speaker, piggybacking off Deputy Mayor Morley's questions, revving engines and muffler attachments are a big issue. And there seems to be sometimes a hot potato between police and MLS. Who can actually enforce it? And I just want to bring clarity so that people have the right expectations. So what is the right pathway to eliminating this nuisance in our city?
So thank you for the question. There are a number of variables involved. First of all, we license a number of body shops, and they are required to follow all city bylaws. In the event we were to witness a muffler being modified, we would have potential to revoke that business license. So that would be a huge risk for that business to do that. Having said that, we are limited geographically, and people can go to Richmond Hill or to Pickering if they choose to do this. The Toronto Police Service is responsible for administering and enforcing the Highway Traffic Act, where loud mufflers and modified mufflers come into place. They of the 1,100 charges police laid last year related to this, a number of them were related to having no muffler or a modified muffler. We're going to continue to work with our colleagues in the police service to host dedicated enforcement initiatives in areas where we know they're problematic, such as Yorkville, such as Lakeshore in Councillor Morley's area, and also DVP and Lawrence. We need to we work together. They have the authority to pull vehicles over, and we have the authority to test noise using the equipment that we have. So it's a partnership. We are committed. They are committed to working with us. We need to plan them safely, but we also, it depends on what's happening in that local police ward that day, whether or not those resources that may have been planned can be allocated at that time, and in the event something else of a higher priority comes up.
So the only way that modified mufflers that are on the road in action can be held accountable is from a dual enforcement approach. We need Toronto Police Service and MLS to do blitzes together, and that is contingent on policing capacity, which we know is quite stretched. So I think would that be a good summary of where we're at right now?
Through the speaker to the councillor, yes, that's a good summary. It is a challenge. In the realm of priorities for police, it is lower. It is a significant issue for residents of our city, and through our consultations, we heard loud and clear that vehicle noise, in particular modified mufflers, is a significant issue in our city.
And is there a reason why we are not piloting technology? Perhaps, I know in Paris they have an octopus device that they're supposed to be reporting back on soon. I know we're waiting for other cities, but perhaps there is a learning in the implementation that would be helpful for us, even just a small pilot.
So thank you for the question. We have considered that. We cannot do a pilot unless we have the authority from the province to modify the Highway Traffic Act. So there's the first piece. We can't do a pilot. And again, we have followed what has happened in Alberta. We have followed what has happened in other cities, and the results of it didn't warrant the continuation of that. I will also mention that a lot of people refer to New York, and New York has technology, but again, they have the authority to do that. What is not brought up in these discussions are the results, and there is no discussion about the results of it having an impact on noise in Manhattan or New York City.
If we stop speeding, would that stop the noisy mufflers?
Not an expert in this, but I would say no.
No, they're still loud even when they're slow, I guess.
It's at idle, it's revving, it's regardless of speed, it's at a stoplight, ready to speed.
So our next step as politicians, if we want to be primed and ready for when this technology is ready, is we all have to work to get the Traffic Act changed so that we can enforce once technology is ready. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, yeah. I can't afford to do that.
Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, just a couple quick questions about the changes as it relates to live music here in the city. Could you walk us through how we differentiate between ambient sound levels, in a neighborhood or on a site, and the noise that's identified coming from a specific venue or an event? And I'll give you the example of, say there's an event at the Bentway. How do you differentiate between the noise associated with the event at the Bentway and the noise associated with the Gardner directly adjacent and above?
Thank you for the question. It's an important question for me to clarify. When our officers are responding to noise matters, we do two measurements. One, when the event is happening, so we get a sense of what it is, and then one later, when the event is not happening, to understand what the general ambient noise is at that location. We take the difference of those two, and then that is how we determine whether they are in compliance or not.
So that's a retroactive assessment that's taking place in that instance?
So we would take the current level, and then in order to get an accurate reading of the ambient level, it would be later, yes.
Okay. How do you think that approach impacts the live music industry in the city? And I guess as a follow-up, what type of feedback have we had from the live music office and the live music industry?
So thank you for the question. The noise bylaw is a very challenging piece of legislation regulation. We have heard from both industry and residents, both sides. What we have done is reduced the decibel level by 3 points. And we've done that because it has a 50% impact on how we feel noise. So a reduction in 3 decibels from where the point of reception is 30% less impact on the sound energy. This has been a difficult piece for us. We are trying to strike a balance between live music. We want to have live music. We want to support that industry, but we also need to recognize the number of residents in our city that have complaints about amplified music.
Are there municipalities that take a different approach to doing that, that you're aware of, that might address some of the concerns we're hearing from the live music industry?
Thank you for the question. It's my understanding, based on a little bit of research into New York, that they do it differently. But having said that, they have a different system of measurement. And so it's not apples to apples. It's not a direct comparison. It's apples to oranges. And as a result, you need to find out what that common denominator is so you can compare. And right now, we need to do more work on that. We continue to monitor what other municipalities are doing. We do jurisdictional scans on all of our work, and we follow trends. We monitor what's happening, and we make adjustments as necessary.
So you have more work that you're doing. You have a report coming back. Would you be open to exploring those alternatives in more detail?
Sure.
Okay. I'd also like to just ask a quick question about the noise exemption permit fees. Do we have a different way or different fees for a large player like a Live Nation versus, an annual event like Beaches Jazz Festival or something more grassroots like the NOHA Collective?
So thanks for the question. We had one exemption process currently. This report requests or recommends 3 based on impact, the activity and the impact that it would have on the community. And also that if it's a nonprofit or a for-profit. So those 3 areas are taken into consideration in the fee model. It is meant to recover the costs associated with administering and enforcing those permits.
So in the context of all the grassroots organizations supporting live music here, could they also be exempt from those fees, recognizing the positive impact that they actually have on the city?
I think that's a piece of work we need to take away and to work with our colleagues in economic development.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much. My first question is just about, regular touch points with the folks who will be most impacted by these changes. Are there currently any regular touch points planned as the changes in the bylaw roll out to update residents and those who these changes are making an impact on, as well as what is the plan in terms of communicating overall data trends?
So thank you for your question. This particular topic is of significant interest to residents and businesses in our city. As a result, and as a part of best practices, we have a listserv of a number of people that have expressed interest in this. We would be sending regular updates to them on the implementation, on what we're hearing, and also providing that two-way opportunity for them to continue to communicate with us through a dedicated email address.
Okay. A little while ago, I attended an event hosted by the city on the night economy to inform residents and impacted businesses about the changes and the different divisions that were involved. Are there any plans for this type of opportunity to inform residents and businesses and stakeholders about the changes to the noise bylaws, how they impact them, and how they can be in regular contact with us about those changes as they roll out?
The short answer is yes. The longer answer is that we will be hosting sessions to educate and get two-way information on this topic, explain the changes, why the changes are there, and to continue to hear from the community.
And when can we expect to see a rollout of that or an overall plan?
It'll be throughout 2024. This bylaw, as it's written, recommends a phased implementation one phase in June and another, I believe, in September. So we will be doing this for the remainder of the year.
Thank you. I want to just hear a little bit more specifically about amplified sound, and again, the intersection with how these noise bylaws work with the efforts that have been made to address concerns around the night economy.
So thank you for the question. This report strengthens the noise bylaw. It provides our officers greater flexibility to measure noise. The previous report was just point of reception. This allows us to also do it from the property line or another appropriate location, so that strengthens it. The noise exemption process has been strengthened, and we've reduced the amplified sound level by 3 points. So again, the intent of this, the amendments that we've brought forward are based on what we've heard from residents, what we've heard from businesses on what is a very challenging topic for everyone.
Thank you for that. My final question is just around the change in decibel limits, and how do you expect the proposed change in decibel limits and the introduction of vibration measuring to affect people's experiences with enforcement staff?
Thank you for the question. The report before you allows for vibration to be considered as part of the review of the complaint and the noise that's happening. So that is a positive. That did not happen before. Again, it's really important that we work with industry on this. Those who are the bars and restaurants and the nightclubs that are operating in the evening economy and the night economy, to educate them on what the rules are. It's important that that we provide clear regulations and understanding of those regulations so that they can follow them. We have many good operators in our city, and we want to continue for them to operate. We need to focus on the not so good operators who don't follow the rules that are set.
So sorry, just my question was just what can be expected when a complaint occurs and enforcement staff are, present and engaged with the local business or the residents? And now with these additional measures, the changes to the decibel levels, what is being done to ensure that the capacity is there to address the concerns in an appropriate way?
That was your last question.
So this is a team of 33. There are 26 bylaw officers. It's not been expanded. We are going to continue to look at that. When we are on site with a problematic property or a noisy issue, we will work with the operator. We will work with the complainant to understand what's happening and how we can bring them into compliance. And then we'll introduce that evaluation of vibration as well.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yeah, just quickly, these muffler things, I don't know, someone mentioned to me the other day that somebody went up Avenue Road with a muffler that sounded like a machine gun. And it scares the bejeebers out of everybody. And this person fell, broke her arm, because she thought she was being shot at. Is this, I didn't know what to believe, but anyways, do they have these mufflers that sound like machine guns?
I'm not aware of that specifically. I'm sure there are. I trust what you're hearing from your residents. But the modification of mufflers is under the Highway Traffic Act and would need to be witnessed and heard and dealt with by the Toronto Police Service.
Yeah, but I guess maybe is it tuned into your sound system of the car, or is it the muffler doing the machine gun?
It's my understanding that it's the muffler. I have seen videos from my colleagues in the Toronto Police Service of things that are tied to your car sound system. So there are some new and interesting technologies out there of people who seem to like this type of noise.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So Carlton, when it comes to amplified music, whenever we get a request for a liquor license application, we're able, when we approve these licenses, put restrictions, no amplified music, correct? So that's controlled through the AGCO, correct?
That's correct.
And then they can have their license revoked if they
they're-
have amplified.
Their liquor license.
Yeah,
not
their
the- not
liquor license, but if they don't have a liquor license, they're going to close up, because as you know, that's the only way they make money, right? At one point, we were told to tell our constituents whenever they had a noise complaint that they had to do a noise log. And if it's in the middle of the night, they had to write it down, what time, what sort of noise, and then they would have to go to court. I mean, we're still not asking people to do that, are we?
So thank you for the question. That is a past practice. That is how we did this. We are looking to modernize how we deliver this service. Logs are helpful, but we're not using them to the extent that we did in the past.
So if we don't have to tell constituents, they have to start doing logs, because they were getting very frustrated when we told them you had to get up in the middle of the night and write down when the noise happened and what sort of noise, right? So.
Yeah. What I would suggest for your residents is that they call 311, that is then documented. Between Gary and I, we now have a data source of the number of complaints and the times that those are coming in. And then when we do enforcement, we do it in a data-driven way, that if we have 300 complaints about a location X between 11 and 12, then we would go that next Saturday at 11 o'clock to do the necessary review and enforcement.
Okay, so when it comes to noise, just a question. With Airbnbs, as you know, there's a lot of them are using them for parties and, you know, and music and all this stuff, and we get complaints. So can we not, then when they come in to get their license, can we not put some sort of restriction on, just like we do for liquor licenses, that they're not to have music at a certain hour? Because that's where a lot of the noise is coming from, is these Airbnbs where people are renting them out to have parties. And I think we can control that if we're able to do that through their license. Am I correct?
I think that's something we need to take a deeper dive into. The short-term rental regulations do say that you must adhere to city bylaws, and obviously noise is one of them. We're coming forward with that shortly. Mm-hmm. We will take a closer look at that and see if that is a opportunity to revoke a operator's short-term rental license.
Well, I think that we should be able to, because that's really a big problem. So when it comes to modified mufflers, I mean, it's very difficult to enforce, because if you call the police or the inspector, the car is gone by the time you get there. I mean, they're going so fast, right? So how can you enforce it? It's very difficult to enforce. But maybe at one point, we can look at, under the Highway and Traffic Act, that you can take down their license plate. And if you take down their license plate, then maybe that individual could be charged. Just like we do for dumping, illegal dumping, in that we get license plates, we report it to the police, and they get charged, right? So maybe that's something we can look at?
Absolutely. It's a great suggestion. It doesn't need to be enshrined in the bylaw. It's something that we would do operationally with our colleagues in the Toronto Police Service.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pasternak, you're up.
Thank you. Through you to staff.
Paula.
We need certain permissions from the provincial government to vary fines, and also even to conduct a noise-activated camera pilot program. Have we made any progress on those issues?
So correct, we do need those authorities. We have, as clerks has, at a direction of City Council, sent a a letter to the Ministry of Transportation to look into this. We have followed up, and they have not been able to comment. As I said to Councillor Chang, this is not a staff to staff. This is a political, and it's best done councillor to minister.
Councillor to Minister.
Of Transportation, correct. We've sent a letter up as a result of council. Me calling the Ministry of Transportation every few months is not going to get the answer you're looking for.
It's too bad.
They have said it's not a priority for them.
It's too bad. I was with the Minister of Transportation up at the Downsview Park GO station, so I'm sorry I missed that opportunity to bend his ear. Now, the two-stroke leaf blower, now would that, any kind of ban on that would be at the retail end? In other words, you could not sell them, or you could not own them, or you could not operate them, or we're just not that far along on that?
So I'd say we're not that far along. Our colleagues in Energy and Climate it's a separate stream of work that they are leading, but we're not that far along to determine where the ban is.
So other municipalities have banned the two-stroke leaf blower. What was their process for doing it? Did they stop it at the retail end? In other words, you just couldn't find them anywhere. You couldn't buy one.
I will start and then pass it to my colleague. But again, we're in a region, so if Brampton does it or Mississauga or you can still cross borders, and there's also Amazon. So there's a number of issues. But I'll let James speak to how other municipalities may or may not have done it.
So through the speaker, we are doing a jurisdictional review, looking, kind of updating what we've already done. But generally, we can't ban sales, so we'd be looking at use would be the approach that we would take. But again, that's work that's underway.
Now, did the jurisdictions that have gone down this road, did they face litigation from the manufacturers or the other retailers for action in this area?
So through the speaker, I'm not aware of any litigation, but as part of our review, we will be working with legal to determine what risks we might encounter depending on the approach we take to any restrictions.
Because we've found over the years that if we restrict commercial activity in any way, we usually end up in court. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Fletcher to speak. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher to speak. I know. Okay.
Am I ready? Thank you. And I held this, I know that some councillors have motions, and I know Councillor Sachs has undertaken to bring a motion forward about the noise from garbage trucks overnight, and asked a few questions to Mr. Keeler. So that will be taken care of. I was going to move that, but she's got that well in hand. We did hear from 40 deputants at committee. It was quite something, who've been waiting a long time to talk about noise and the things that really bother them. Particularly, they felt for health reasons, the types of noises that they'd like to see regulated in the city. And I do have the 311 report from my ward, and I'm sure everybody's looked up their own ward, but the two things that have large numbers of complaints are amplified sound and construction noise. And that's just for my little ward. I'm sure in areas of the city that have tremendous amount of construction, Councillor Malik's ward, Councillor Sachs's ward, that there are far more calls about that and the aggravation that we get from construction noise. I think some people don't bother calling in about vehicle noise, although on the Don Valley, we have had, especially in the summer, residents who live along the valley, and many of them came to the committee just to talk about the racing up and down the Don Valley, the motorcycles, the souped up cars and motorcycles, and they begged us to find a way to get that under control because they can't sleep. And I don't blame them for wanting that. I really think that Speaker Nunziata had a really important observation. While those very loud vehicles are there and then gone quickly, they all have license plates, every single one of them. So it might not be, you might not be able to call by law enforcement or call the police because they're gone, but because they have a license plate, somebody can visit and hear that motor. So and I know we all heard this at committee, that after the pandemic, people are a lot more noisy, and I think Mr. Grant agreed with that we're hearing that people are so much more noise sensitive after the pandemic, and that other people are more noise aggressive after the pandemic, with souped up motors, with driving, with racing, with just making as much noise as they want. It's the same as anybody walks where they want, drives where they want, does anything that they want. It's also the case for noise. So being able to manage that really well and have an understanding that particularly for those who have a license, that is something that we can control a little bit more. So whether it's a premise with a license that's noisy, whether it's a vehicle with that's noisy that has a license, this looks like we'll be able to have a stronger enforcement mechanism. And I know that there was a suggestion that there'd be an automatic stay open till 4 o'clock. But in my ward, I'm very clear that I want to sign off if somebody's staying open late. And if they have 311, if they have a bunch of charges and calls against them, not charges, but calls of nuisance noise on 311, I do not give an exemption. And I want to make sure I can still continue to deny that to folks who have really bothered others during the night and not been a very good neighbor. Having a good neighbor policy is something that's really important, whether you're a business, whether you're living beside somebody, whether you have a two-stroke engine, no matter what you're doing. I think that in talking about noise, good neighbor policy is number one. So thank you very much for all your work on this and listening so astutely to the deputants. And coming back to the committee will be whether or not 91 decibels is satisfactory or it needs to be lowered. And I'll just say now, I think it needs to be lowered, since I think it's far too high and we need to be able to work like they do in some other cities and in Europe with a much gentler and more friendly number for the decibels that you're allowed to produce. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Just very briefly, I have a motion here that I've worked on in consultation with MLS staff and the music office. And once you get that on the screen, you'll see that I'm asking staff to undertake consultation with the Toronto Music Advisory Committee, as they have been throughout this process, to really include as part of the report back coming later this year some possible solutions to address some of the issues that have been raised by the music industry to date. Specifically, if you can post it there, we're asking staff to examine what alternative models might exist to measure that ambient noise. Again, that delta and difference between activations at the Bentway versus, you know, what's going on at the Gardner at the same time, and ensure that we have opportunities to improve our approach to regulating live music in our city. That includes, of course, events like the Beaches Jazz Festival, where we always have lots of conversations in the neighborhood. So I understand that these things are difficult and challenging, but just a little bit more work as they come back to us later this year. And I'm also just asking staff to look at, in the fee and the permitting elements of this, what opportunities might exist to provide some relief to some of those grassroots organizations that, you know, are really not subject. They don't have the same sort of revenue streams from these events as the larger players in the music industry. And I think that they bring a lot to our neighborhoods and to our communities in the cities. And so if there's an opportunity where we can support them on the fee side of things for these grassroots events, I think that would be great. Finally, just a tip of the cap to MLS. Not an easy undertaking and you know, probably a nightmare report to write, but you've kind of got all the greatest hits down here in this chamber. So thanks, Carlton, Mike Tanner in the music office as well. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Oh, I believe that you have some questions. Councillor Bravo, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. On your very helpful motion, Councillor Bradford, I appreciate what you brought forward. I just wanted to ask for a clarification around what grassroots mean. I assume you intend for grassroots to mean not-for-profit?
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, actually, Madam Speaker, I don't know if I need to worry about it because I'm looking again at the wording. I wanted to clarify the exemption for cultural groups, but I do note my colleague has included defining and exempting because, you know, I have, for instance, a not-for-profit cultural group that twice a year brings massively loud live concerts from overseas and does a one-shot fundraiser. So you're leaving that discretion to staff in your language in the motion. Is that the intent?
Yeah, they need to work on that definition for sure.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. To speak.
I'll go at the end, sorry. I'd like to go at the end, sorry.
Thank you very
To
much.
speak.
I have a motion dealing with the nighttime garbage collection, which I think is going to come up on the screen. So the gist is that, well, first of all, thank you to staff, Carlton and Joanna. I recognize that this was a huge amount of work. Oh, well, they're having another conversation. But this question of the noise from the garbage trucks was not adequately dealt with. This was a change that was made in 2022 with no public consultation, and the consequences for many people around the city, including a number of my constituents, have been really devastating. It's great for the private garbage collectors. They tell me they save 25% of their operating expenses just because they're not caught in traffic. And as Mr. Keller has pointed out, that means, in fact, they get further savings because they can use the same truck at night and then again during the day. So they're saving a boatload of money. And they haven't spent any of that money to protect the people who they are adversely affecting. And as Mr. Kelleher noted, there are technically completely feasible options for reducing the noise for nighttime collection. And the simplest example is what kind of bin they're picking up. If they're picking up a steel bin and then dropping it back on a hard floor, that's like a kettle drum in the middle of the night. It's, as Ingrid Boudet and her group, No More Noise, have been documenting and explaining to committee, they're talking about noise over 100 decibels from that kind of thing. Completely avoidable plastic bins are available. They work just fine. The second thing is the truck itself. Wasteco told me they are already rolling out electric garbage trucks across the U.S. They're not doing it here because we don't require them to, and we don't have a level playing field for everybody, even though they know that those trucks are much less expensive, much less noisy and have lower operating costs over time. So we do have actual things we could do. It's the serious health effects of waking people up in the middle of the night are not justified by this big financial saving for the private companies unless every possible measure is being taken to reduce the noise. And that is possible, but it won't happen unless we make it happen. So that's the main purpose of my motion. A couple of other things I did want to talk about. First of all, I absolutely agree with Councillor Fletcher. Construction noise, amplified sound, racing engines, huge problems in our ward. And people have complained and complained and complained and complained and complained, and there hasn't been any effective response by MLS. And Mr. Carl Grant has explained to us many times he's not funded for immediate response, and he can't stop moving vehicles anyway. And even members of my community, we've met with the police, we've pointed out the problems, and nothing has changed. So we do have major ongoing problems. Reducing the 92 decibel level, which is way, way too high, way over the health limits, and what we got confirmed at committee, that number was picked because it matches an average motorcycle without considering in any way the health impacts of the noise. So we have to reduce that, but we also need much better detection. Oh, and I should have said, Councillor Cole and Councillor Bravo helped me with the motion, as well as quite a lot of help from MLS staff, so I thank you for that. And of course, the incredible work that's done by No More Noise and Ingrid Boudet, who's here today. But one of the things we need to do is to get better data collection. We hear often from city staff that they want to move away from a politically driven enforcement process to a data-based enforcement process, and so they're asking people to get up in the middle of the night and call 311. That is better than nothing, and I'm encouraging all of my residents to do that, but we need better data than that, and we can have better data than that. So one of the things I'm doing is I'm buying a noise meter, which I'm going to provide to my residents that they can use to actually track the data from the endless parties in Christie Pitts, the terrible frats who have parties over and over, of some of the construction sites that don't obey the rules, so that we can actually track and see how bad the noise is. And I am hoping that we will see MLS use that data and the police as well to focus their resources. We need better action on this. We need to do it as smartly as we can, but we can get better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday has a question for you, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I wondered if the councillor would acknowledge or recognize that the path of least resistance, should the exemption for overnight collection be removed, might be that the operators then collect during the day.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. And in fact, that's what they tell me they do now. If they get a lot of complaints, they move it to the day. And there are disadvantages to that for sure. But they are saving so much money by doing nighttime collection that they will continue to do it whenever they can.
Perhaps, would the council recognize that another dimension, though, is should a bunch of these garbage trucks move to daytime, they would then be circulating in the city during daytime hours when there's traffic and pedestrians and all of the other risks that are associated. And, you know, is that a risk that needs to be put before council?
Well, absolutely. So in my letter, I start by acknowledging that there are advantages from a congestion point of view to having nighttime collection, which is why my initial recommendation was not that we ban them, but that we license them and require them to adopt strict noise reduction measures. And I understand from talking with Wasteco, the largest private waste hauler, that they support that recommendation and would be happy to comply. So we can have cost savings, congestion reductions, and letting people sleep, but not by a hands-off, laissez-faire approach, which is what we're doing right now.
But could it still ultimately end up with more trucks circulating during the day?
I mean, if the companies decided not to do anything,
Right.
That could happen. From what they tell me, that won't happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. As we've heard here, my ward of Spadina, Fort York, is a very busy place with all kinds of noise. The highest number of complaints in Ward 10 are about noise, and the most noise complaints over the last 3 years have originated from Spadina, Fort York, with almost 8,200. So as you can imagine, I take this issue very seriously, and my office has been working very diligently in this review. And as one of the city's most active and growing wards, we know that we have to manage the city's vibrancy, the vibrancy of our downtown, and all that it can offer in terms of enjoyment and life, with the rights of our residents to have some peace, to be able to count on a good night's sleep, and to know that the rules are being enforced in a predictable and understandable way. And in my office, we consistently hear about issues which I know are shared across the city, issues with construction noise, residents experiencing issues with excessive amplified noise at many of the festivals and events that we enjoy. And residents have shared challenges with vibrations and noise outside of bars and restaurants and nightclubs, some who have been operating without licenses, and in the past, in the same building as residents, without enough teeth in our rules to be able to address it in a timely and effective and durable way, with too much back and forth with our enforcement staff. So I'm really heartened by the introduction of the measures to include vibrations in the scope of our unreasonable and persistent noise understanding, and the expansion of the property line to take noise readings, which will make filing complaints less cumbersome and more effective for our residents. As I mentioned, my team and I have been prioritizing, attending consultations, engaging with our communities, and addressing this important and also challenging issue in the best way that we can. And we have heard time and time again about a few key themes: the desire for more public notice and engagement about when noise will be happening, and the expectation for more enforcement capacity to meet and match the scale of the problem, and fines that are appropriate for dealing with repeat bad actors in a quick and effective way. And we know that only around a third of the respondents in a citywide survey indicated that they thought enforcement capacity for noise was sufficient, and this has to be our continued work to ensure that we are meeting and matching the scale of the issues, especially in a ward like mine. Noise is also in the top 3 complaints citywide and is felt more acutely than average by folks who live in my neighborhoods. And finally, we heard the need for more opportunities for public education and for residents to provide their continual feedback to strengthen these rules on an ongoing basis. I do want to thank the staff who have been working on this and been coordinating with us and taking our concerns and the feedback from our communities really seriously. I want to thank all of our really incredible noise enforcement staff, and looking forward to their increased capacity to meet the expanded capability that we have as a city to address the noise concerns that are being raised. And I want to thank all of our communities, residents, stakeholders who have been so active in this process, and to make sure that these rules are meeting and matching their needs, and they are part of the process as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. Oh, yes, I forgot. I skipped over Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I really want to recognize what a tremendous group effort this report has been. We had about 40 deputants at committee. We have heard from the music industry, from people that are losing sleep overnight for different reasons. We have heard about health concerns. There's so much from the community. And the work that staff have done here is tremendous. It's about balancing a lot of different interests in a growing city. We need to be able to build the housing that Toronto urgently needs. We need to collect garbage. We also need to have fun out there and have concerts and have, we're building out a night economy. We have to be able to figure these things out. We have to balance, and this report brings us further toward balancing, because there is also a verified impact on health, physical health, mental health. Those are inseparable, really. So I also want to recognize that there was a lot of flexibility shown among members of council who had thought about bringing additional motions. We've combined some of those interests Councillor Sachs has been flexible in the motion that she brought, and that's going to be a study around how we handle things overnight. There's a lot of challenges with that, as we heard from Councillor Holliday's questions. Do you want to have daytime collection, or that be the result, and then we have more dump trucks, pickup, sort of garbage trucks during the day circulating? And the questions about licensing raise a whole number of questions, but we're going to, our professional public service is going to wrestle with those. Councillor Bradford's motion is also helpful because it really speaks for the need to have a music industry, to have live music in this city. We can't be a city that's devoid of culture. Devoid of arts and culture is soulless, and that's really important. So I want to thank staff. We've worked so hard, you've worked so hard, and you've heard, you've listened to us as councillors, and you were there to listen to community members. These issues will be coming back, and together I think we're going to find the path to creating the balance that's going to work for the people of Toronto. So thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Cole, you put your name there. Okay. Councillor Cole.
I just think it is incredible work by Mr. Grant and everybody in public health and waste collection 311, so it really is a lot of work. And I just, one word of caution is this is a city of over 3 million people, and let's remember there are people that work all night long. They have to pick up garbage. They have to do these things. They have to drive, to work. We need TTC service, etc. So let's be, again, cautious in terms of not trying to create a sterile city where all of a sudden everybody, especially, I mean, look at Councillor Ainsley. Then he should be speaking to this. He's the night economy czar. So what happens with him? Has he had input into this? And you can't have a night economy unless you have some noise. So let's be cautious about trying to be too sterile. And I remember we lived, my parents' house was at Witchwood and St. Clair. One of the best things I ever heard living there was the squeal of the St. Clair car coming into the Witchwood barns. I love that sound. In fact, I should get it taped and play it now. But anyways, so let's be careful about, trying to cleanse the city of noise completely, because remember, as I said, there's a lot of people that have to work, live, and they have to work shifts, and we have to have TTC service, and we have to have our garbage picked up, and other important things, and pothole fixed, and all these things have to be done too. So we have to obviously limit all these crazy leaf blowers, which are just, anyways. So let's just be cautious a bit. Thank you.
Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Okay, motion by Councillor Sachs. Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Peruzza, your vote, please. motion carries. The vote is 21-4.
Motion. Motion by Councillor Bradford. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Perruzza, please. The motion carries. The vote is 24-1.
Item as amended, on favor, carried. Okay, so there's a couple things that we have to do before we go to the next item. Councillor Fletcher, you want to make a brief announcement at this point?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to let council know that Toronto Community Housing has selected a new CEO that will be overseeing our corporation. He comes from Peel. He's a Commissioner of Social Services, oversaw all of the housing in Peel and also the homelessness file. Before that, he was Commissioner of all the digital, CIO in Peel, so he knows all of that. And we had an extensive search for a number of months, and I'm very pleased to let you know that, and I'm sure you'll have a message in your inboxes, but his name is Sean Baird, and he will be our new CEO. And thank you very much for allowing me to do that, Steve.
Thank you. Okay. So Councillor Cole, Councillor Cole. Psst, psst. Councillor Cole, we're going to come to your item. We need to reopen. Can you go? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, before we do that, members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for a member's review in the clerk's meeting portal. CC 14.9, 683, 685 Warden Avenue, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment. Councillor Kendeville has advanced circulated motion with a confidential attachment. CC 14.10, 3585, 3595 St. Clair Avenue East, 636, 646, 641 to 663 Danforth, and 411, 415 Kennedy Road. Official plan amendment zoning bylaw. Councillor Kendeville has advanced circulated motion with a confidential attachment. All right? Okay, so Councillor Pasternak, understand that you want to reopen an item, NY 10.4, so you can move an amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, first, let's just move a motion to reopen. 10.4, Councillor Pasternak is asking to open the item to move an amendment. On favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, so staff have asked for a technical amendment on 3374, which is the zoning amendment application.
Okay, this was a staff request for an amendment. The amendment is on the screen, NY 10.4. On favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Deputy Mayor Malik, I understand that you would like to reopen MM 14.15.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
To also move an additional amendment.
Yeah, let's just move it to reopen first. MM 14.15, on favor, carried. Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik, go ahead.
Yeah, just moving an additional amendment. This is to express our support and action for the local businesses impacted by this. And I guess it's on the screen now?
Yes, it's on the screen.
And we've worked with staff and the affected
Okay,
ward
so
councillors.
the amendment by Deputy Mayor Malik is on the screen on MM 14.15. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Cole, you would like to reopen an item, MM 14.16.
Yes,
Move
I
a
would.
motion to reopen MM 14.16. On favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Cole.
Yeah, it's just a couple of word changes, technical amendments, and this is the motion in regards to helping small business survive this wave of break and enters, which is destroying their families.
Okay, hold it. We have to hold it. We're not ready for that.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Still working on it. Huh? Oh, just came to you. What is it? Oh, Councillor Moyes. You would like to introduce the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. So, urgent matter, request from staff. Since registration of the condominium is imminent and obligations associated with this site construction needed to be resolved, that's the reason why it's an urgent matter.
Okay, it's on the screen. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Item is IE 10.2 Cycling Network Plan. Councillor Perruzza held it down. So do we have any questions to staff? Councillor Perruzza? Councillor Perruzza? Councillor Perruzza? Councillor Perruzza, you held the item down. Cycling Network Plan, IE 10.2. Do you have questions to staff? Okay, so what would you like?
I don't know, is there anybody else who has questions of staff?
Does it,
Or is it just me?
no, there are no speakers, no questions. You held the item down.
Well, then, Speaker, okay. So I'm happy to, I guess, speak, but I have a motion and the staff are just kind of like looking at the motion right now, and they're okay with the motion, yeah? I don't know if the clerk has the motion?
The clerk doesn't have a motion.
Can you just hold it down for like 5 minutes or so, and until they're getting the motion? It's going to be like electronic, it's going to be boom.
Okay,
fast.
yes, but you know, we're trying to get through this agenda,
I
and
hear
it
you.
was the
Just-
next
yeah,
item.
just go to the
So,
next item.
yes,
Thank
so
you.
we'll hold the item down, but in the meantime, please submit in your motion. Councillor Holliday, you want to speak? Okay, Councillor Holliday.
I'm not going to vote for this item. I don't agree with extending the lanes on University Avenue, and I don't agree with some of the technical changes to Bloor Street out in the West End. That's unfortunate. The report brings a whole bunch of things together, and some of them are supportable, but on balance, I'll be voting no. Thank you.
That was nice. I don't think I've ever seen that.
I used to spar with his dad.
I think we should take it out from University Avenue.
Councillor Holliday, you held the next one down, bike lanes that are safe and passable for bikes. You held it down, IE 10.3. Do you have questions for staff?
I do not. I'd be happy to speak very
Okay,
briefly as well.
hold on, does anybody have any questions to staff on bike lanes? IE 10.3? Okay, Councillor Sachs, question to staff.
Here, I don't see him. Well, perhaps Ms. Gray can be of assistance. All right, well, we'll see where we go. So the existing contracts, so the city has existing contracts for snow clearance, which began a year ago, correct?
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
All right. And it turns out that on question 22 of Appendix 3 of the additional questions to those contracts, it actually does define what safe and passable means for bikes, although it appears that nobody knew that before yesterday.
That is correct.
All right. And what the contract says, although this was not what was implemented last year, is that the on-road bike lanes are required to be 60% bare pavement to constitute safe and passable, correct?
Through the Speaker, that is correct.
All right.
60% bare pavement constitutes safe and passable.
Right. And that's already in the contract, so you don't need any more money to do it. You just actually have to implement the contracts you already have.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so that's it for questions. So Councillor Holliday, you want to speak?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to Councillor Sachs for asking those questions. I got similar information that the city already has enhancements in its snow clearing contract to deal with snow on painted bike lanes. The problem I have with the motion is the words in it and what it implies overall. So the words are to take all reasonable steps, which can be broadly interpreted, which could mean to take additional efforts. And that doesn't necessarily mean spend more, but it means to divert resources towards this. I'll remind Council that we have a budget proposal before us that actually cuts the snow clearing budget. It's a very targeted cut, but it cuts it. And so this is asking, it's implying, to do more with less. And so, no, I'm not supporting a motion which directs the staff to go and put more efforts towards this because it's already covered off in the contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes. Thank you, members. So I brought this motion because we had the first year, everybody knows, new snow clearing contracts began last year, and throughout the winter, the on-road bike lanes were not cleared. They were generally covered with ice, and in Toronto, unlike places like Montreal, when we get precipitation, it doesn't stay as snow. It's perfectly fine to ride on hard-packed snow, but in Toronto, it turns to ice because, especially with climate change, we're always fluctuating above and below zero. So I started asking a year ago, Transportation Department, to make bike lanes safe for bikes. Right? We hear from Transportation and many other departments, health and safety is top priority. They're going to do whatever it takes to protect human health and safety. And if people are cycling, which we want them to do, it saves money for the city, improves air quality, reduces our climate pollution, improves health, well, they can only do it if there's somewhere safe to go. And there isn't if there's 2 inches of ice on the bike lane, which was my experience all last winter trying to get to work on my bike. So I've been asking Transportation for this whole year to do a better job to make bike lanes safe for bikes, which seems like an oxymoron. Didn't think I'd have to do it. It turns out, because of this motion, that Transportation has now realized that they were already committed to do that. They just weren't doing it. The contract already requires the contractors to keep the on-road bike lanes at least 60% bare pavement because that's the only way that it's safe in Toronto's weather. What the all reasonable measures covers is, first of all, enforcement of the contract, and it also covers, as we heard at committee, because we had a lot of questions about this, that the city has a lot of flexibility in what order to do things. And the habit has been to treat all non-arterials as tertiary. We'll get to them when we get to them. And that's true for cars, and cars always have a safe way to get where they need to go. Bikes don't. And so what we have with the bike lanes, and especially streets like Shaw, which is a major bike thoroughfare in my ward, it is a bike arterial, but it hasn't been treated with priority now because of this motion, assuming that you support it. It's not taking resources away from windrow clearing. What it is making sure that the most heavily used bike lanes actually get attention in time for people like me to get to work, for people like my grandkids to get to school. And so it's not taking anything away from anybody else. It's simply treating cyclists as residents who matter, whose lives matter, whose health and safety matter, recognizing that for the city, every single person who does their commuting on a bike saves money, reduces deterioration of the roads, reduces the likelihood that someone's going to be killed in a crash. It's better for Vision Zero, better for the impact on the roads, better for health, and it's not going to cost any more money. So I'm asking your support. Thank you.
On the item? I thought it was the other one you wanted to have a motion. You drifted off. Okay. Recorded vote.
The item is adopted. The vote is 20 to 1.
Now, Councillor, do we have Councillor Peruza's motion for? You're working on it? No, we're ready. Oh, you're ready. Okay. Councillor Peruzza, we're now at IE 10.2, the cycling network plan.
Simple enough. There's a motion there. And folks can read it. And really it's you know, about some of the, you know, the bike lanes that we're putting in. And, you know, they're really in this city of ours, a great big city of ours. There's really a sort of a tale of 3-4 cities, right? There's the downtown, there's the midtown, there's those big heavy nodes like the North York City Center, parts of Etobicoke, a few spots in Scarborough, but the rest of it is basically the suburbs, and this is really what I'm mostly talking about here, is in the suburbs. We have, you know, big, wide boulevards, you know, between the curb and the sidewalk in most cases, on most streets, much like the HOV conversation we were having yesterday about really wide roads where you can accommodate you know, a number of uses. And I think that the way you install really safe bike lanes in the suburbs, look, I'm an avid cyclist. I love to bike. I love to cycle. And I got to tell you, there isn't a suburban road that I've ridden on where I've really felt safe on the street. You know, the speeds, just the nature of the streets themselves, the trucks, the buses, the rest of it, it's a really sort of, it feels unsafe. And I've often ridden on sidewalks like everybody else, right? Because why? You know, because you just don't feel safe riding on the street, right? Because you don't. And so I think as a first priority, and I think the staff is okay with this. They helped with this, and I think they do this, by the way, in large part, other than the component where, you know, where they come back to us as councillors and say, hey, by the way, we've checked this out, we've looked at this, it wasn't feasible, so we're going to propose this other, this other thing instead. So, it really, it's not asking for anything any different than what's currently occurring. It just kind of formalizes it a bit, and to ensure that when we get those bike lanes in, you know, mostly in the suburban context, that we're all aware of what exactly it is that that is happening, and then we can work to fine tune to make sure that it's safe, and that's as revolutionary as this motion is going to get before you today. So, there you go.
Councillor McKelvey has a question for you.
Thank you. Councillor I have questions.
Oh my. Okay.
So I'm just wondering so you're saying, you know, the ones where it's the raised bike lanes on the side of the road, like that would qualify, that would be okay? So you're saying don't lose the lane of traffic if possible?
Exactly. Well, what this says is this, look, by the way, the staff do it, and they were very much part of preparing this, right? It's basically a process. Yeah, you can ask them that question. I can, it's too late. Yeah. Well,
okay, sorry, it's my turn for questions. You can have your questions later.
Get up, walk to 30 feet or 40 feet across.
Okay, sorry. I just
it.
want to know what the design is you're talking about. So, for example, in my community, Port Union Road, is it really as part of you do the major reconstructions? Because if you're not reconstructing, then it might not work. But with reconstruction to do this.
This is when they're putting in bike lanes, when they're thinking about creating cycling infrastructure throughout the city, by the way. I think they automatically look at and say, what's the safest way to put in this bike lane? And more often than not, they will look at a separated or off-the-road kind of option, right?
Right.
Unless that off-the-road or option isn't available to them. And all of this, and they do that anyways. What this seeks to do is kind of like formalize that process, and it really kind of formalizes another step. And that other step is that when they're looking at, which street did you name it?
Port Union.
Where?
Port Union.
Port Union Road. When they're looking at Port Union and they look at the boulevard, they look at the space first, you know, between the curb and the sidewalk, and say, can the lane go in there? No, can't. Oh, it has to be something else. No. And then what it does is it adds a step, and they'll come to you as the local councillor and say, look, Councillor McKelvey, we've looked, these are the options we've looked at. We looked at this, and this doesn't work for this reason, whatever, and we're going to propose this other one. That's all it does.
So do you see this compatible with a complete streets approach to design? Okay, thank you.
Of course. So he can walk around safely. Nobody runs him down. Right?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a question.
Councillor Peruzza.
Oh.
You know, Councillor McKelvey asked, do you see this compatible with the complete streets guidelines? Do you see this compatible with public opinion and sentiment on bike lanes?
Sorry?
Do you see this compatible with public sentiment on bike lanes?
You know, when it comes to bike lanes and streets, there's a myriad of opinions, and you know, there's in terms of the public, and you know, you want one thing, so and so wants another thing. It's really hard to make everybody happy. All this does is says this. Look, you know, we're going to put in cycling infrastructure here and there in some other places, and when you're putting in that cycling infrastructure, I would hope that what this motion does is kind of formalizes a process where we're made a little more aware that, in fact, a separated bike lane. For example, I've ridden on Royal York, right?
Yep.
You know that painted lane in the middle of the gutter there on the sewer crates, right? And I got to tell you, that's kind of like the most dangerous feeling bike lane ever put in anywhere. I don't know if it's changed now, but I've ridden on it a number of times from the top end all the way to the south end, and it's kind of like you're on Royal York Road, you're kind of like on a slope road like this, you're in a very narrow bike lane between kind of a painted line in the street and the curb, right? I can't imagine a more dangerous situation for a cyclist or anybody else to be in, just simply because of the road, right? So I'm saying before something like that happens there, like on Royal York, you know, if you look at Royal York, there's a big space between, and I'm not making any judgments here about when that bike lane went in.
Okay,
But if you look at Royal York Road, there's a big distance between the curb and the sidewalk, right?
If
There's
there's
a
a
big,
sidewalk.
there's a big boulevard.
If there's a sidewalk.
Right, and in some cases, there's no sidewalk. But there's a big boulevard, and there's no reason why that bike lane couldn't have been put
Okay,
into
just answer the
that
question.
space
I see.
and made much
Councillor
safer for people.
Peruzza.
I see. Okay.
Councillor Peruzza,
Thank you.
just
Thank you,
answer the
Speaker.
question.
Well, I get animated
I got
about
it.
I know,
about
but
the
you're going on
conversation.
with a story.
But it's a good story, because he
No,
knows
but
it, because it's in his
this
ward,
is-
right?
Please, just answer the question. We want to finish the agenda.
I think Councillor Peruzza answered the question. Thank you.
Okay.
Speaker. I'm trying to help him here.
So on the motion, hold on, we got more speakers. Names just put up. Councillor McKelvey. No, he already spoke.
Oh. No, sorry, I thought you already went. I just want to thank staff for their hard work on this, and also thank my council colleagues. We have been incredibly successful at rolling out new bike lanes in the last 3 years, more than we have at any other point, and that's because of the engagement of the local councillors with their communities and with city staff working together, and that's why we have been so successful. It's for that reason that I do see Councillor Peruzza's motion as being fine, because I think that type of engagement actually is already happening, and that's where we have been successful. So anyway, I think everybody should, I think they did it earlier, give themselves a pat on the back for all their hard work on this. And, you know, congratulations to council. I think this is a record short debate on the cycling network plan.
Let's put the motion on the screen. Motion by Councillor Peruzza, it's on the screen. On favor? Who asked for recorded vote? Oh, Councillor. Okay, recorded vote.
Mayor Chow, please. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Sachs, your vote, please. And Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, sir?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 19-4.
Okay, item is amended. Item is amended, all in favor? Oh, my God. Court vote. Jeez. This is where we're wasting money, is all the recorded votes.
Mayor Chow, please. Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Sachs. Councillor Perks, please. The item is amended, carries. The vote is 21-2.
You want to change your vote? You're trying to? You tried to. Okay, do you want to reopen it so you can revote? Pardon? Okay, all in favor of reopening? Okay, let's vote again. Now, what would the cost of that vote be now? I'm going to count all of them. I don't know, but it's probably a lot more than getting a paper agenda. No,
Members-
it is.
Members, just stand by while we stage the vote. Councillor Myers, please. Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Chang.
Do you find those bells annoying? Is that part of the noise bylaw?
And Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote. The revote on the item as amended carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay. Yeah, actually, we're almost at the end here. Councillor, we only have a few. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, what do you want to release?
I would like to release CC 14.6, 46, 46R, 48, 50, 52, 52R, Lang, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing request for direction.
Okay, CC 14.6, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. All in favor? Show of hands carried. Thank you. So our next item on the agenda is Councillor Carroll, North York Community Council, is here without a recommendation, 3 Swift Drive.
What happened to 10.6? 10.6?
Councillor,
No, we're just getting, these are quick items. Yeah.
no, it's not quick items. We're on the agenda.
Well, that's what you get for trying to be the speaker and answer another councillor's question. I was wrong. I should have let you answer it. Councillor McKelvey was wondering why we weren't on another item. But as we are on NY 10.5, that's 3 Swift Drive. Madam Speaker.
Okay, just 1 sec, please. Skipped over Councillor Holiday's item. Sorry. I thought we were getting near the end of the item.
Mine is very quick if you want to
Okay,
just leave me
well,
on my feet.
Okay, let's do it if it's quick. It's NY 10.53 Swift Drive. It's here without a recommendation.
Yes, it is very quick, Madam Speaker. This is the one that we started out with this without recommendation from North York Community Council. So I moved the staff recommendations and one other recommendation. In fact, there is a supplementary report that replaces staff recommendations. I just need to move those recommendations.
Okay, that's NY 10.5A. Okay, so Councillor Carroll is moving the item, releasing the item with a supplementary report.
Thank you.
On favor? Carry. Pardon? Recorded?
Councillor Burnside would like it recorded.
Okay, recorded.
Madam Speaker, the amendment that's before council is the item. So once this is voted on, this will be the item.
What's on your screen, Councillor Burnside, is the item. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. The motion carries. The vote is 24 to 1.
Okay, thank you. So I did skip over one item, and I apologize to the clerk. I thought that was the last item, but Councillor Holiday held another item, i.e. 10.6, delivering improved accessibility for bike share. Do you have questions to staff, or does anybody have any questions to staff? But what about everybody else? Does anybody else have questions? Nobody has any questions? Okay, Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker, for the microphone. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to support this. I will add thank you to my colleagues for disrupting my speaking, but the city is considering a 9.5% tax increase. We spend a lot of money at the city, and we can't even catch up to that with the budget. Here you have a proposal to do a giveaway, and to further boot, it's on a program that loses money every year and is supplemented by taxpayers. And so, sometimes it's important just to say no. And so I am voting no. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yeah. Just so everybody knows, no money for this program comes out of taxes. This does come out of parking fees, which is what the Toronto Parking Authority is designed for. And this is part of our poverty reduction strategy, making it easier for lower income communities, many of whom live in the inner suburbs and are asking over and over again for equity, for assistance, for better access around the city. Bike share is the best bargain in the city by far, and now we're extending that to those who are most in need of financial help by giving them these very low rates. So this is good public policy, it's good social policy, it's good climate policy, it's good air quality policy. We should do it.
Okay. Okay, on the item, recorded vote. Right, Councillor Holiday? Recorded? Okay.
Councillor Myers, please, your vote. Councillor Chang, your vote, please. Councillor Chang, please. The item's adopted, 23-2.
Okay. Our next item is SC 10.5, 5462 Glen Everest Road. Councillor Candeval? It's here without a recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues. We moved this item at Scarborough Community Council without recommendation, so it's the, okay, so if staff can put the motion, it's the staff motion for the demolition permit approval.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
So that's the
motion, yeah.
staff
So,
recommendation. Okay, so on SC 10.5, the motion is on the screen.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Oh, no, I'd like to speak to it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Councillors Myers, Mantis, McKelvey, for their support in moving this without staff recommendation. This was because we heard very acutely from residents, multiple residents, about their treatment, ranging from an elderly couple who went 5 days without electricity. We saw evictions that were not appropriate or justified. We saw bed bug complaints amongst a whole issues of tenant rights and standards. And it was in that context I sought to move this motion without recommendations. And since that time at Scarborough Community Council, I want to profusely, on behalf of the community, thank our staff, Andrew Coors, Deanna Corey, for their work to address these issues of standards and tenants' rights. And we achieved that objective through moving this without recommendation. Their outstanding work, and as well as communicating with tenants their right to return to work, and we worked with the applicant following Scarborough Community Council meeting productively and effectively with the applicant to address the necessary supports, especially those tenants who are vulnerable, elderly, disabled in some fashion. So this, I think, was an example of the power and the role council plays in ensuring the rights and of the most vulnerable in our city are protected as we go through an increase in demolition evictions, which affect, the reality is we're losing a stock of affordable housing. So it's incumbent upon us to make not to make a bad situation worse by leaving them vulnerable and utilizing our tools to help them navigate and secure their right to return during an incredibly vulnerable and sensitive time. So we're confident that as a result, our discussions with the applicant have borne fruit, and the tenants have received appropriate information, the right to return, and the supports needed during this very sensitive time. I'd like to thank all the community advocates at Glen Everest, my staff, for their tireless work on behalf of the residents. And again, thank our folks in the Housing Secretariat, and we're heartened to see the measures coming next week to help support tenants during this perhaps unprecedented wave that we're seeing across our city, and the strategies that are embedded in next week's budget to help address the most unfortunate in our society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, did you want to speak on this?
Madam Speaker, just briefly, because I think, well, we have fantastic investments coming forward in terms of tenants in the budget. Many of you know them because they've been outlined and mentioned many times and reviewed in the budget process. But I actually think this one is a little more, special. What this sounds like to me is something that we see time and time again, where we are dealing with a planning application, and it's a planning application that will eventually, upon approval, lead to a rental demolition and replacement units. What we often see, we've all experienced it if we've ever had this, is the applicant simply abdicating their responsibility to the existing building. One would say, because I'm going to demolish it in a couple of years anyway. Others might say, because I have to negotiate a rental replacement with the tenants, and I'd like there to be as few tenants as possible by the time we reach that deadline and have to make that negotiation. Might be 68 units in the building, but if only 30 people are left, maybe that's all I have to replace and that's all I have to talk to. Fortunately, our policy requires them to replace all of the units, whether the tenants have vacated or not. But how many tenants now need to be given 4 months free rent, moving expenses, all those things that are such wonderful pieces in our policy? And I think what we need here is provincial backup. They want us to build housing. They want us to build purpose-built rental housing, which is wonderful when you're talking about demolishing a rental building. If you're replacing it, not just here's some rental replacement units and my condo, but a whole brand new rental replacement building, great. But I really wish, as part of the incentivizing them to build, we also assisted them to understand that we expect them not to neglect and abuse the tenants that are in the existing building. And I think it has to become a part of our intergovernmental conversation, because from Walnut Street years ago to right now at Glen Everest, it seems to happen time and time again, and we actually don't have municipal legislative ways of requiring them to do a better job beyond, you know, harassing MLS to be in there every day, and there comes a point where they can't. So I just want to flag that we really need to make this a part of our intergovernmental conversation about prioritizing purpose-built rental going forward.
Okay, on the motion, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. The next one is CC 14.9, 683, 685 Warden Avenue, official plan amendment. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have an amendment.
Yes, you circulated it earlier, correct.
And before I speak to the amendment, just some general comments on this development. One, that there was perhaps you could say opposition or concern in regards to the impact, but I'm happy to support this development. I think it demonstrates and captures the commitment to good planning principles. This is an area minutes away, close to my home, minutes away from Warden Station, close to good green space, the Gus Harris Trail, named after former Mayor Scarborough. You've got a community center, schools, both Catholic and public, community center, as I mentioned, and a library. And this exemplifies exactly the type of density intensification we want to do that results in complete communities. With the caveat that this land was initially supposed to be a Loblaws. We've seen tremendous development throughout this area, and it's part of a bigger conversation when we reconvert or repurpose, rezone land, that we're not creating food deserts. As we see a block east of here, a very institution in South Scarborough, the Sun Valley Supermarket, now has been rezoned to a condominium. So this is part of a bigger conversation of how we purpose land, and I'll leave it at that and speak to the amendment. And this amendment ties into our... Oh, you can't, okay.
This is confidential. Yeah, just move the amendment.
I'll move the amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
So on the amendment, on favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, the next one is yours as well. CC 14.10, 3585, 3595 St. Clair Avenue West, 636, 646, 641, 663 Danforth. Councillor Candeval.
I'll move the amendment and motion and call for a recorded vote.
Okay, Councillor Candavel is moving the motion. Oh, Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, members. I've talked to many of you about this item. I just want to say that Councillor Candavel has worked very diligently with city staff, and we've arrived at a good place. So I encourage you to support his amendment and then the item.
Okay, so on the amendment, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Ainsley in the affirmative. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? Thank you. Councillor Matlow, please. How do you vote? The motion carries. The vote is 25-1.
Item is amended. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay. Pardon? No, we just voted on the amendment.
Voted on the previous item as if he thought it was this one. So I'd just like to move to reconsider it so he can be recorded on this one.
On the amendment, correct?
Do the amendment for each.
On the amendment,
We
okay.
have to redo the amendment and the item.
Yes, okay. On favor, open up the amendment. On favor, carried. Okay, so let's have vote on the amendment.
Just stand by, members, while we restage the vote. Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Peruzza, please. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote? The amendment carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Vote on the item as well, correct? Okay. Recorded vote on the item as amended.
Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? The item is amended, carries. The vote is 24-2.
Okay, we have two more items. MM 14.8, Councillor Pasternak, you held it down. It was your member's motion for the Toronto Ice Time and Cricket Field. You held it down. Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. After discussion with park staff and discussing what I was asking in this motion and their obligations in the coming year, we decided to amend it slightly so that the work is done in a more manageable way. So if we could put the amendment? Well, it should be. It was advance circulated, and it should be on the screen.
I think you still have to move it. Yeah.
I am happy to. There we go. There's the amendment. As I said, it's modified to align better with the workload over at Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. Seeks many of the same goals, but it makes it more manageable.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. MM 14.9, going with the snow. For which item? Oh, for the, oh, okay, so we have to reopen it then. I'm sorry, I thought, okay. Motion to reopen the item then? On favor, carry. Okay, Councillor Candeval, you're reopening it to speak?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I'll be very quick. I wanted to thank Councillor Pasternak and Councillor McKelvey for this motion. Just 2 weeks ago, my office, we were invited to the first young women's cricket league in my ward. So this motion really dovetails into what is an evolving conversation within the community, and this is something I'm going to be happy to take back and show councillors that may not have this women's cricket league in their ward perhaps will benefit from this, and that's the beauty of the work here, that we're not just leaders for the ward but for the city. So appreciate this motion by the councillors. Thank you.
It's 5:30. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
Our names on, I'm just going to add a little bit of history here about women's hockey, women's shinny, women having ice time, and there was a very big fight in order to have that, and led by Councillor McConnell, former Councillor McConnell. I believe our mayor was involved in that because women could not book time for hockey. It wasn't considered something they could do. So it's not that we're just starting this. There's a long history of this city making sure that in particular women who haven't traditionally played certain sports have time on the ice. So that's the first thing that I want to say. And just to let you know one other little piece of information, back in the 70s when the Cabbagetown Group Baseball League was set up, it was actually a group of gay men who wanted to have a recreation outlet, but they couldn't get a permit under Cabbagetown Gay Baseball League. So I want to point out where the city has come from, how open we are, how equitable we are, and this is just one piece. I would not want people to think we're starting something new here. It's part of a long tradition and trajectory of ensuring equity and human rights in sports and recreation. Thank you.
On the item, all in favor, carried. Councillor Bradford, you're next. Yeah, okay. You held it. Does anybody have a question on tobogganing? Councillor Holiday. Question.
These are for the solicitor, and I'm going to need your guidance if something strays into the territory that we can't talk about it, but I'll try to make them general. I'll take the guidance from the speaker on the answers to the questions. We're on tobogganing. So the city puts up signs that prohibit tobogganing. Are we exposed to liability? And is there a purpose to these signs being up?
What's in that one?
Yes, there is. The bylaw only prohibits tobogganing when there's a sign.
Okay. And so does
Therefore, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Does the language proposed in the motion create more risk or have a financial implication in the long run if we change the language as proposed?
What I will say in public is that park staff do assess the safety of various hills, and that is how they determine where a sign should be placed. In your understanding, has there been a casual determination of the language
on what currently is on the signs versus what is being proposed. In other words, the two are not equal.
We do carefully consider what to put on signs. I'll leave it there.
Is there a deeper implication to changing the language that perhaps council might want to know about in order to make an informed decision?
If council does have questions along that line, I would recommend going into closed session.
Speaker, I would love to have that information before council. I understand my
Okay,
colleagues
okay,
may
hold
not
on.
want-
So,
yeah.
hold on. So, Councillor Holiday, are you asking that we go on camera?
I'm in your hands, Speaker. I understand the temperament of the chamber.
No, no, I understand. I'm just asking you the question.
I would go into camera, but as another option, if this could be deferred or ask for a report back, I'm okay with all of the above.
There's no more snow.
No, no, I understand, but we just have to decide if we're going to go on camera or if we want to defer it. So well, I guess we need to have a vote. To go in camera or defer? Well, it's the will of the council. So Councillor Holiday is suggesting we either go on camera or defer the item.
Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. I guess I just want to understand that. If there's in-camera questions, that would be the council that have to say we're going in to hear them, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That was my question now. So, okay. Yes, Councillor Holiday.
If myself or another member can move an amendment to this to get a report back, I think we could avoid going into camera. As long as the information gets before council, I don't care if it's tonight or another time. I'm quite open to the latter if that's,
Okay, well, that's
supportable.
up to the mover.
So I'm happy to put myself on the list if the clerks can help me put that amendment out.
No, but hold on. Councillor Bradford, you're the mover of the motion. Can you please? He's suggesting that if you amend your motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so what I would say is,
Okay.
we haven't discussed this. If you want more information at a later date, but the motion can proceed separate from that, you just want to report back, I want to make the change to permit the tobogganing today. I want that to happen today. If you want, yeah, thanks, Mike. We've all been outside. Thank you. But if you want to have more information coming back later, that would be fine, but not in so much it impedes our decision today.
Okay, so Councillor
So
Holiday.
I don't know if that's friendly or helpful.
Well, I don't know. We just have to make up our mind, like what you want.
So,
Councillor
Speaker,
Holiday.
I will raise the point of order that I believe that we should go on camera, but I would also like to finish my time answering in public questions. But I stopped at 2. So, look, I just want to get the information before council, that's all.
What? Yeah, please. I mean, if we're going in camera, Councillor Holiday, well, let's just ask your questions in camera, and then we come out of, and we go in public, and you speak. That's what the normal process is. Okay. Okay. Motion to go in camera. We have the motion up there, and let's have a recorded vote. Who's moving it? Councillor Holiday is moving it. Of a vote, okay? We're voting. No, we're going in camera and then coming back to public after. Yes. Then we have to rise and report.
Councillor Sachs, your vote, please. Councillor Campbell, please. Councillor Thompson, please. Yeah. The motion to meet in closed session carries a vote of 16 to 10. Madam Speaker, before we resolve into closed session, I recommend that you take a vote to extend the meeting, to preserve the meeting, please.
Okay, so Mayor Chow is moving a motion to extend to finish the agenda. Okay, so we're going to go on camera, so if I can ask everybody in the council chambers. Oh, hold on. Okay, just a sec, please stop screaming. Yeah. Motion by Mayor Chow to extend to finish the agenda. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so we can ask everybody to leave the council. No. Well, if you can't bear it, none of us can bear it. Counselor, I'm sorry. So give us a few minutes. Okay, members of council. This meeting is back in open session. I will now call this meeting to order. City Council has completed its closed session consideration of item MM 14.9, going with the snow returning tobogganing to 45 Hills across Toronto. No motions were placed in the closed session. We will now proceed with a public debate on the items. So members of council have questions, public questions. So Councillor Burnside had his name, but he told me he didn't have any questions, so he's left. So Councillor Fletcher, questions?
On that, I'm just not sure about the decision this year to decide to review the hills, because that's a this year decision, not a previous year decision, correct?
Through the Speaker, that is not correct. We had since 2017, when the hills were assessed, that is the time at which those hills that are currently prohibited were signed accordingly. The only change that was made this year was with respect to some updated signage and the decision to no longer install the hay bales at those sites where they had been previously installed.
What's the change in sign, please?
It was just some clarity of language, but essentially it was indicating that the hill was prohibited previously and now. It was just updated language to make the sign more visible and through AODA. I'd have to get to the exact language changes, but it didn't change the intent of the sign.
Didn't change the intent of the sign. Anyway, and at what point did you let the community and the councillors know there'd be no more hay bales on those parks? That this was going to happen? You're removing the hay bales, changing the winter experience.
I'm advised that there wasn't a direct communication about the decision to no longer place the hay bales.
So just to be clear, the signage was changed in order to satisfy clarity on not tobogganing, and the hay bales were removed from parks, but councillors that had a lot of hills weren't advised.
To be clear, the signage was updated across the program, so the 3 different signs were updated. And you are correct, there were a few hills that had hay bales that weren't replaced, and that was not messaged out. And, you know, we can certainly review our communication approach to be more forthcoming with those types of changes, but in this case, that was not directly communicated, no.
And how many hills have hay bales this year? Any?
None of the prohibited location had hay bales this year, no.
Do any other hills have hay bales this year?
The inspected hills, where required, would have hay bales, but those are inspected weekly.
And one of my observations is that often forestry just puts trees right in the middle of those hills, which would be even more dangerous than anything else. And I see a nod there from Councillor Thompson. We're pretty used to that. Do you think that you need to have a better communication system with councillors about the recreation facilities in their wards, and that includes parks, when you're planning to make a change, not after?
I would agree, yes.
So now, would you agree that you made a change, you changed the signs, you removed the hay bales, and then somehow councillors were reading about it in the paper?
I would agree that we could have had a more proactive communication on that,
And
yes.
you heard my question about the no fishing. The signs that were put up by the Parks Department probably 8-9 years ago. Do you recall those?
It predates me, but I heard your question, yes.
I don't know if anybody, so you'd be advised that no fishing signs were put up because it was considered dangerous at that time, that the line and lures may trap pedestrians walking along the waterfront, the entire central waterfront. Are you aware of that or not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Are you aware, well, then you're not aware of that, but Would it surprise you to know that Parks removed every single no fishing sign in order for residents to enjoy their waterfront and fish?
If that was a decision that was reversed, then the signage would have been removed. And I will say that signage is, like, local staff aren't to just erect signage without them being approved.
Oh, no, this wasn't
so-
local staff. This was the waterfront staff that did that. It was a decision of the Parks Department. You aware those signs were all removed and fishing was then reinstated?
I'm understanding that to be the case,
And have you
yes.
showed us each hill? Have you made that, provided all of your, what I'd call your safety assessments on each hill to all the councillors that have had banned hills? We'll call them banned hills.
That was your last question.
We can share with the
But
individual
you haven't done that.
No, we have not.
You have not done that.
No,
Okay.
that's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, questions?
I actually asked to speak.
Oh, you don't want to ask questions? Okay.
I don't have questions. I put my name down to speak.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there any further questions, public questions to staff? Okay, can you put your name on, please, Councillor Bradford?
We are on the list.
Okay, but
I don't actually think I'm next, but
But you have questions to staff, Councillor Bradford? Oh, here we are,
well,
yes.
I do, but there's
Yes.
people ahead of me.
Yes, sorry. So Councillor Bradford, go ahead. Oh. Councillor Ainsley. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the park staff, I just wanted to ask, so the hills where you have the no tobogganing signs on, are your staff going to be, to try and enhance outdoor enjoyment when it does snow? Will park staff be looking at those hills to see if there's remedies that can be put in place to make them properly available for tobogganing or sledding?
We can reassess a hill. The current program did not have us going back out and reassessing hills that had been assessed in 2017 as prohibited, largely because the impediments can't really be remedied in terms of them being large structures, wading pools, lampposts, trees, the sorts of things that can't really be remedied. So, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Bradford.
Oh, my goodness. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Just very quickly, who assesses the risk or perceived risk on the 45 prohibited toboggan hills?
Through the speaker, when the assessments were done, they were done by the park supervisor and our ski technical staff, who had reviewed them against a standard set of criteria.
When was the assessment done?
So again, just to clarify, many of these hills had been prohibited over an extended period of time, years in some cases. In 2017, the design of the program was intended to create safer tobogganing by establishing designated hills. Those hills are inspected weekly. In 2017, the prohibited hills were re-inspected against a standard criteria.
So the inspection took place in 2017?
Correct.
Okay. And it was park supervisor paired with ski?
Technical staff.
Okay. And what is the standardized toboggan hill assessment matrix? What does that look like?
I don't have it in front of me, but
who produces it and who sanctions it?
PFNR produced it and determined it. We did a jurisdictional scan on how other municipalities were approaching similar inspection programs, and the types of things that I mentioned in my previous answer around the types of hazards, physical hazards and conditions that would create risk.
Did we compare it in 2017? Did we compare it against historical data or evidence? Was that part of it?
In some cases, it was based on injuries and claims that had occurred in those locations. were used to inform a decision around the continued prohibiting of tobogganing there.
Which parks? Which hills?
I can't speak to that exactly here. And
Was it all of them?
I would look to legal to speak to what can be said in open forum around specific claims and specific park locations.
To be clear, my question was, of the 45, how many was previous injury a factor on your matrix? Was it 7? Was it 45? Was it 12?
I don't have that answer here, Councillor.
Okay. What expertise does the park staff have in determining if a hill is such a legal liability risk that we would take the big step to prohibit tobogganing? Like it's the park supervisor and the ski team.
So in 2017, that was the staff that undertook the inspection against the standard criteria.
But it's our criteria. When you say standard
Correct.
criteria, it's the
our
criteria that we created.
That's correct. Based on a jurisdictional scan, we worked with legal, risk management to assess, and our own knowledge about what can create enhanced risk when tobogganing, correct.
When we look at our other facilities in the PFR portfolio, hockey rinks where we play full contact hockey, skate parks, swimming, Lake Ontario, what is the difference between the risk in those facilities versus the risk in the banned 45 toboggan hills?
I'd say that most of the facilities you're mentioning, with the exception of Lake Ontario, purpose-built facilities for the type of activity you mentioned, and are generally supervised and actively maintained by staff in some way, shape, or form, whereas Toboggan Hill is more of a natural environment that can have other structures put in place that create the risk, and those structures are generally to support other uses in the park.
So prior to this year, in Eastland Park, we used to put out hay bales and snow fencing as a way to mitigate some of those structures or perceived risks or issues. We decided to not do that this year. Would it not be prudent to have those safety measures in place anyways?
So the rationale for not reinstalling the hay bales in prohibited locations was based on the fact that the hay bales are not regularly inspected and they were not holding up there, and they were also creating the risk of confusing messaging around here's something that might safeguard you.
Why don't we inspect them on a regular basis? Because they're in the park, the staff.
We don't have the resources to do weekly inspections at the parks where tobogganing is prohibited.
Okay, that was your last question. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to know the categories for hills. So there is toboggan and don't toboggan. Is there anything in between?
So we have 3 categories: designated toboggan hill,
okay,
which are about the 28 regularly inspected location. Gray zone toboggan hills, these are ones that are signed to say the hill is not inspected, and we identify what some of the risks may be by tobogganing there, and the prohibited toboggan hills.
And the prohibited toboggan hills there are 45?
Correct.
And the 45, you just changed the sign from what to what?
They were essentially saying the same thing. It was just some different language, but it was both signs were prohibiting the activity.
And so these new signs were just bigger?
They were just changed of wording. The previous sign was no tobogganing allowed, citing the municipal code. The new sign is saying tobogganing is not allowed on this hill. Hazards such as trees, stumps, rocks, rivers, or roads make this hill unsafe. And we provide the website for where you can find information about the designated hills.
So was it the removal of the bail? What else? What sparked the public's interest in this?
My understanding is that there was the sign became maybe more visible and it caught the attention of the public. The hay bales, as I mentioned, were not reinstalled at this particular park location, and that caused...
One location or?
All of the locations.
How many locations had hay bales?
About six locations that were previously prohibited had hay bales that now don't.
So of the 45, which ones, like, I saw Christie Pitts, I think, in the mention here, and like Christie Pitts looks, people are tobogganing there. Like, so of those 45, how many did people actually toboggan on regularly?
I would say that people will continue to toboggan despite the signage that we've put up, but the intention of the signage is to advise people that doing so is not permitted and has high degree of risk associated with it.
How many are gray, classified as gray, and how are those gray ones signed?
Sorry, about 57 parks have gray hills in them with those particular signs.
Okay, so sorry, so you can toboggan, and the gray signs say what? Toboggan at your own risk?
This hill is not inspected or maintained for tobogganing, and it also identifies the same hazards and provides the website for where the designated hills are.
Okay, and then the third category is the prohibited. So the ones that the sign was changed, they were prohibited, they remain prohibited, you just made the sign bigger?
Correct.
Or maybe there wasn't a sign.
Well, we would have a sign up if the public removed it and we became aware of it, we would reinstall the sign.
And then 6 of those had hay bales removed?
Correct, approximately, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Just 3 questions. Do we enforce?
Thank you for the question. At no time did I say we don't enforce. So I'm not sure where that came from, the earlier quote. Our enforcement model in all areas is about education, it's about getting in compliance, and then it's escalated if necessary. It's important for me to note that the majority of tobogganers are minors, and we do not ticket minors.
Okay. So I'm trying to think of whether or not I understood the answer, and I'm going to try to. Sorry, I apologize. If there's a sign that says "Don't toboggan," and people are tobogganing, how often do we send like a bylaw person? I guess if somebody complains, you send somebody from bylaw, right?
Yeah, and so it's really important to note is that we have 33 bylaw officers that enforce parks and open space, and there are hundreds of rules about parks.
Okay.
This is controlled to 45 sites,
Right.
which is helpful for us. And if it's a problem with one of them that it's continuing to happen, particularly on Saturday and Sunday afternoons, we would send people, a bylaw officer, and they would work with the tobogganers to educate them that it's not permitted and that they should stop tobogganing.
But that they should, but your bylaw guys wouldn't say, "Hey, you, get out of here, you can't do that," right?
That is not how we treat the public, no.
No, okay. So, good, I guess. And is there a congruent, like a bylaw, could you fine? Is there a bylaw that has a fine regime, like write a ticket to somebody?
Yes, there is. The Parks bylaw does prohibit tobogganing where it is signed, and there is an offense for $100. Again, that cannot be issued to a minor. So if there was a guardian or a parent that we could ticket, if it was egregious, we could do so. We've received 9 complaints on this in the last couple of years. It is not an issue for us, and we have had 0 charges. Our enforcement objective is to gain compliance, to advise them of what the rules are, and most times people follow when we educate them on what they're not permitted to do.
And remind me, who's a minor, under 18, 21, 16, what?
18 years old.
So 18, anyone not yet 18 years old is essentially considered a minor, and you wouldn't be able to ticket.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's it for the questions. Now let's go to the speakers list. Councillor, yes, Councillor Fletcher to speak.
I think that this has been an interesting debate. I think that we've learned a lot. I hope that staff have learned a lot. I just want to say no fishing rescinded, no barking rescinded, and now no tobogganing to be rescinded. Thank you.
No fun. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to be very brief as well and say happy to see this motion here. And I'm extra happy to hear Councillor Fletcher talk about trees, because I started to think I was imagining things in my ward. So the Locke Libraries at the southeast corner of Yonge and Lawrence, beautiful park. It had a beautiful little hill that was perfect for toddlers. It was so sweet to see kids that were 2, 3, 4, 5 years old go down this little hill and squeal, just squeal with delight. Because it was perfectly made for a younger set of children. And unfortunately, over time, slowly these trees have come in on both sides. So just slowly creating that creek that totally has curbed the ability for you to toboggan safely as a little one. And that's really been really unfortunate for the neighborhood and beyond, because people would travel to come to this park. Because it was so well laid out for toddlers. I think that some of the trees were trees and some of the trees were memorial trees. Well, it's very difficult to move those trees with their big cement inscriptions, and that's another topic. But I think this is a very risky approach to decimate, is maybe too strong of a word, but our little toboggan hills, big or small, to use trees. It just seems like, we could end up in court over that. And what was once an awesome destination for outdoor activity is now ruined because of the trees on either side. It's too risky to hit either the cement inscription, the big round pillar that people inscribe on, or the actual tree itself. So I just wanted to I'm really happy Councillor Fletcher brought that up, because it's prompted me to speak on it, and I hope that city staff are listening and will adapt and modify that strategy or tactic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Yes, Councillor Fletcher, point of order.
Removed as I've had them removed in my ward, Councillor Robinson.
Okay, Councillor Bradford. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Just have a brief technical amendment to move. This is, to help the park staff land some of this in city legal, excluding the temporary closures under Chapter 608-51 of the bylaw. And that really just means if there is an emergency situation where folks need to go out and close down a toboggan hill, we're just pointing out that clause in the bylaw still exists. So I hope that's helpful for everyone. Don't want to belabor it, so I'll just say thanks to Mayor Chow for support on this and working with my office. And this has been 5 or 6 weeks of iterative process with staff, and thanks to our staff team for helping us land in a more positive place. I think we all understand how important this is to our communities, and sometimes City Council, as elected officials, we need to stand up and really advocate hard for our communities, even if that puts us in a different position than perhaps the staff perspective. That's okay. We're all professionals. We work together. At the end of the day, I want to make sure our communities are places for families where people can have fun and have access to the outdoors in a safe and accessible way. We're going to get there with this. And so again, thanks to staff. And hope you can support tobogganing here in the city. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Cheng has a question for you.
Yes,
Yeah,
I know.
like-
I just read the room.
Councillor
I
Chang.
just want a clarification. So the parks that have been closed in my ward now, what does this motion do to the parks that have been closed in my ward?
If your parks are part of the
My
45.
tobogganing,
Yeah,
yes,
if it's
part
the
of the 45.
45 hill toboggan ban, it will no longer be banned in those parks.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any further speakers on the item? No? Okay, so let's put the motion up. Yes. Recorded vote, Councillor Fletcher. By Councillor Bradford. Do you know, when I was 8, I was on a toboggan, and I broke my nose. I broke my nose. This was in BC. They have big mountains in BC. and it's all rocks.
Councillor
it was all
Ainsley, please.
mountain.
Councillor Carroll. Councillor Canterville, how do you vote, please? Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? And Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? Thank you. The amendment carries. The vote is 23 to 1.
Okay. Okay, on the item as amended, recorded. God. Mike, next week we're going to have a snow ball.
Councillor Bradford, please, your vote. Councillor Bradford. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? Councillor Canterville, how do you vote, please? The item is amended. Carries. Speaker, the vote is 21 to 3.
Now, counts, hello, please, we only have a few more minutes and we're finished and we can go home. The next item is MM 14.16. Councillor Cole, you reopened the item because you want to make a technical amendment, correct?
Words we've changed in consultation with staff, so I'd just like to move the amended version.
Okay. The amendment is on the screen on MM 14.16. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Now, thank you. Councillor Moyes, you introduced a motion earlier, so would you like just to move it? Okay, hold on. You're moving it. You're moving it, right?
Yes, I'm moving it. Thank you.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Councillor Cole, we're not finished yet. Okay, members, before I ask for motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Bradford, would you like to move that? It's on the screen.
The committee and council consider submissions and making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
Okay, all those in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills, moved by Councillor Moyes? Okay, just a sec, there you go.
That leave be granted to introduce bills 53 to 148.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills? Councillor Holliday, would you like to do that one?
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 14 on February 6 and 7, 2024.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. This meeting is now adjourned. I want to, before we go, I want to thank city staff and all members of council. Okay. I know. And don't ask me my age, please. Thank you. Thank you.